And welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the time? Well, you know the place. Actually, it's a little different time today, I should say. I shouldn't say the old phrase there. It's a little different time here. It's midday. It's midweek. You know why? So we don't stop grinding here at the Hawks Nest. We never quit. We just keep coming at you guys, and we got some news to talk about today. The Seahawks, for the first time in their history, activated that fifth-year option on a first-round draft pick. We'll discuss that in a second, as well as the Seahawks, of course, because as they are wont to do, made a middling backup quarterback, a very highly paid man here today in the form of course, Gino Smith. We will be getting to both of those two bits of news, but right off the top, I want to lead with what we're hearing about as far as the draft visits are concerned. And this is definitely some place for certain folks to go, well, what's there to matter with prospects visiting the VMAC? And I think that this is going to need to probably be given a little bit more importance than I'm sure many of you are, but maybe some of you just aren't aware of this. You're allotted a certain number of prospect visits. These are guys across the country who can come to your VMAX center and check out with the team. Walk in, get a feel for the atmosphere, feel your guys with them. They got guys training in the gym. They can go, hey, well, how's it going? You went to school there? Get a feel for just maybe how they could be in that environment a little bit. But beyond that, it shows general interest, true interest in the player. It does not mean that all of these guys being brought in are going to be drafted. But if we're trying to narrow our mark in on the right prospects to look at who really could be on the Seahawks board, really on their radar, then this does give you a little bit of insight into it. I went back even as far as into 2018 draft and tried to do a little bit of research on this as far as, okay, of the guys that they've had in visit, who has been taken? And you've had guys, 2018, Kyle Allen, Doris Armstrong, Kailyn Barnes, but you had Will Disley in there. You had Poona Ford in there. You had Shaquem Griffin in there. Again, there's other names in there like Darius Geis and Khalid Hill that weren't. Let's go to 2019. Again, a lot of guys you didn't necessarily bring onto the team. Jay Sternberger, Darnell Savage, Paris Campbell, Caden Ellis. But then you also do have LJ Collier. So again, some interest is shown when they bring these guys in. I checked also on 2020, Hunter Bryant, Jonathan Taylor, Trayvon Diggs, Brandon Jones. And really, when you went through all of 2020, there was really nobody that they took from those guys they had visited. But prior to that, in previous years, if they brought a guy in, they were truly interested in it. And of course, last year, there weren't really any visits undertaken. Still all the same, I think that this is not a smokescreen on their part. I don't think that they're playing draft games here by having these guys come in. They're truly interested in them. So I thought it would be interesting for us to take a look at and let you guys I'll give a kind of a quick scouting breakdown of each of these guys. I won't elaborate too far on it. I'm sure I'm going to get asked a few questions on the chat on these guys, not just this show, but moving forward over the next couple of weeks. But let's discuss some of these guys and just a little bit of their background and where we might think they're going to probably go in this particular draft, where Seattle's maybe targeting them to go. It's because of a guy like Poona Ford, for instance. They were interested in him, but not even all the way up to the 7th round. They ended up grabbing him as an undrafted rookie free agent. So these could be also guys, and there are a few back-end guys here on this list. I do think most of them could be drafted. There's a couple guys I have a question marks on, but most of them should be drafted from this list. I don't think they're going to get lucky like that in this particular draft. The list is also right beneath me on the screen scrolling along, so you can look at it that way. In totality, it's Sauce Gardner, Rasheed Walker, Kailyn Barnes, Desmond Ritter, Percy Butler, Cole Strange, Michael Clemons, Daniel Hardy, Amari Rogers, Cade Otton, Derek Young, Samori Toure, I can't say his name. I've been trying for a day to say his name. Samori Toure, ST. I'm going to just call him ST. Cameron Goode and Deontay Williams and Christian Watson. So a very interesting list, a very diverse list of a kind of a range of talents, some edge rushers in there. But let's break this down quick. We all know Sauce Gardner. I've talked about him ad nauseum. I won't go too far. Richard Sherman with 4.4 speed. That's the best. That's as quick and concise as I can give you on Sauce from my perspective of it. I'm not expecting him to last to number 9 here for us. In the past, Seahawks have looked at guys that they knew damn well for sure weren't going to be landing on their pick when they were sitting there. They just liked those guys and wanted to bring them in. The next guy on the list is going to be the most interesting of this list, and a guy that many of you are familiar with. His name is Rasheed Walker out of Penn State. And I've got a little bit of media. We're going to do a little media time here for you guys today with Rasheed Walker. Because to try to sum up Rasheed Walker just simply with a player profile breakdown doesn't just seem to suit enough. So I'm going to show you a little bit of a few cut-ups I've put together for you of Rasheed that sort of, how do I put this? Concisely wrap up exactly what I kind of think were very tremendously talented kid. I've watched him shut down Aiden Hutchinson. I've watched him seem effortless at times in pass protection and just neutralize guys. The talent is there with him. That is not the question. The question is what follows. And just look over my right shoulder here. So first off, we have Tua Tagovailoa running into the sideline. He's well out of bounds, and then somebody hits him. Let's see that again. Tua Tagovailoa here at Alabama, come over the sideline, and then, why don't you sit down? That wasn't very nice. And then here's Rasheed blocking on this play. Look closely as he humps the defender. That's a weird one. And here he goes swimming. Here he pancakes and then lays on him, and he wants to just go for a little swim. And on this one, he blows a kiss. I'm going to show this one twice it's on the outside of the screen there. He blows him a little kiss mid-snap. I'm going to blow you a kiss. Okay, so the kid's a little weird. Okay? I'll replay it here again so you can see a couple of these plays again where he knocks Tua Tagovailoa when he's 5 yards out of bounds and purposely does so. And Tua's hurt on the play, by the way. Had to leave the game after this hit. Then he is going to proceed to hump a player on the next snap, then swim on a player on the next snap, and then blow a kiss. So it's not just this stuff that I find weird and I'm not sure what to make of it. It's also the aspect of his snaps are terribly inconsistent. He's not always engaged, which this does sort of show. Like, is your mind on football or is your mind on other things? Rasheed is tremendously talented. Rasheed definitely has a lot of potential. But Rasheed is a guy that I'm not exactly sure if he truly does love the game, if he's truly in on this, or if it's a little bit of I don't even know what he's doing. So maybe you guys can elaborate on that one for me. The next one's going to be Kailyn Barnes, a kid out of Baylor, famously for running, a 4.23 40 here. Didn't do a lot of other drills. Very slight guy, very, very slight build guy, a track guy with that kind of background. He's not just track fast, he is football fast, so it does show up on his tape. Very smooth back pedal. There's a lot of corners in this draft that have a very rough back pedal. They'll get their hips turned in the wrong direction off the jump, and then it's sort of, they're just flapping their feet together, and there's no real smooth kind of ease there. Or they're just turn and burn guys where they just got to instantly flip their hips and run as fast as they can rather than being able to kind of sink in on the play and remain patient just a little bit. He was rarely tested in Baylor's defense. Baylor has, of course, an awesome defense here with probably like 5-6 guys that'll be picked in this draft. Him being one of them. He is not the best in reacting the ball. He is really, really fast, but the other parameters of his game, like let's say tackling, not the greatest of tacklers. Slight build's not going to get any better with that type of stuff. I don't see a lot of room for growth there. Does give up some stuff underneath in front of him, but again, you're talking about what Seahawks want first and foremost is in a corner. It's to stay clean, over the top, don't get beat deep. This is a guy that can do that. So interesting prospect. I see him going, I believe, on my big board somewhere in around, I thought probably 3rd, 4th round. Somebody may draft him because of that 40 ranking and just go, the 40 is just too good. We can put all the rest of this together. Maybe I had him even a little lower than that on my board here. Yeah, I had him in the 5th round. So I think he's got a lot of rough edges to his game. The smooth back pedal and speed is the main thing. Desmond Ritter, this is another guy like Sauce Gardner I've talked to you guys a lot about. I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit. In the respect of Seahawks are showing interest in the one quarterback who's been my QB1 for quite a bit of this draft process. I don't think I've moved off of that. I've been pretty consistent with it. There are holes to Desmond Ritter's game. But guess what? There's holes to every quarterback in this draft's game. There's places you can pick apart where you normally couldn't on top-end prospects. This is why I've graded him as a 2nd-round guy. He's not a 1st-round quarterback. So, yeah, he's not going to have the he's not going to have all of the skills refined and everything beautiful in his game. There's going to be some holes there. That's why they fall to the second round. But is there stuff to work with beyond the second round? Certainly there is. Now, I do believe the Gino Smith signing today, which we're going to talk about in a second, does impact this particular idea on my part. But nonetheless, interesting to see them bring him in. I'm encouraged by it. I like Desmond's game. He's the most pro-ready quarterback, in my opinion, of any of these quarterbacks in this draft. Maybe you could make an argument for Pickett, but I that's kind of a pick your pleasure, or not pick your, pick your flavor on that one. You're a Pickett guy, you're a Ritter guy. There's definitely equal parts in either aisle on that one. Percy Butler. This kid's out of Louisville, a safety out of Louisville, a fun player to watch on tape. If you're talking about the split safety looks that Seahawks are going to do, it's going to require their free safety to do strong safety stuff, their strong safety to do free safety stuff. So you need a guy that can be multidimensional in his abilities, not just a guy who can run the play, but run and do it the right way. Butler can do that. He can run free safety. He can run strong safety. I've seen it on his tape. He might be the best gunner in this entire draft. And don't undersell special teams, which are, of course, highly important. And that could be in itself that in itself could be a skill that allows him to get drafted. He flies around to the ball. When he gets deep in space, that's where his problems really abound. You want him more in short area. He can do some free safety stuff. It's just the farther back you get him off the ball, it's a little bit, okay. It's his reactions aren't super slow. He doesn't seem as comfortable in his diagnosis. You can make an argument on this. Then maybe he is best suited to probably remain in strong safety. But again, if you occasionally need him to do some free safety stuff, just occasionally need to do some free safety stuff. He did disappear for me at times on his film. Watched a couple of games and just times he's just not there. And obviously safeties sometimes just disappear in the tape and they're back there just guarding deep. And you can't, unless you have all 22, be able to see exactly what they're doing. Overall, though, liked his game and very explosive athlete. 4.36 40. Didn't do as much in the short area bursty stuff, so he's more of a speed guy, but interesting prospect nonetheless. Center Cole Strange, and this is another guy that we've talked a lot about. I just spoke about him last week in my 20 must-have prospects in this draft. He was also the guy, if you guys remember at that time, that I said, of this list of 20 guys that I'm giving you guys, he is the most likely to be drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. He would be a guy, if your scale is 0 to 10, he's a 9 out of 10 on likelihood that the Seahawks could be targeting this guy. And I think even targeting him maybe even a round ahead of where he will truly go so that they can get their guy. He's mobile. He's explosive in short area space. He's got some strength to him as well in the upper body. So the combination of those skills could really work together as far as where they view him as a prospect standpoint. I do think I'm going to have him a little bit lower on my board than the Seahawks are going to place him, quite honestly, on this. This is going to be one of those ones I'm just already preparing myself for where I've got him down, 5th round range, late 4th round, probably 4th round range I'd put him up into even. I think the Seahawks could easily end up selecting him up in the 3rd round. But I just think there are some holes to his game. He can get driven back a little bit. He can get Joey hunted from time to time. That gives me just a few concerns. Next up is a guy you guys talked about this last week and you wanted me to take a look at, which was Michael Clemons out of Texas A&M, the opposite running mate over from Lemarvin Neal. I can't say his name. Whatever that guy's name. The two good defensive ends out of Texas A&M. And this guy is a monster. He blew up his pro day, 4.85 40, 24 reps on the bench, 116 broad jump, had a 1.6 10-yard split. Remember, with pass rushers, if you can get this number even above a 40, sometimes almost even more important than I would say even the shuttle stuff or the 3-cone is that 10-yard split on the 40-yard dash. And they're basically first 10 spaces, how fast are you? And 1.6 is very fast, and it shows up. He's got this destroyer of worlds type build to him, so he just looks huge and strong, and one of those guys is just, there's not like an inch of fat on him. He's just like hulking. Long arms, huge arms, 34 and 7/8 inch arms. So, I mean, he can, off the snap, he can already grab you around your throat and your hands are just going to be there just twinkling on air. Just really long arms. If you're within reach of him in the open field and he's chasing down a play and he's great on backside pursuit, you're going down. He gets his arms around, just one hand on you, he's taking you down. He's so big, so strong, so long. It comes off the tape all the time. He's really a threat as a bull rusher, which gives tackles problems because they have to load up so much for him as a bull rusher that then allows him to go to his bend and dip and get around them and sometimes make it look like he has, I think, better dip and bend than he actually does because the tackles are setting up so much to just prepare for his pure power. I like him a lot. Again, another guy that I wouldn't mind them picking. I would probably say, let me check my board where I put him. I believe I had him I think I had him actually kind of high. Yeah, 4th round. So I have him elevated, but I have him almost elevated here as much for the tools aspect of what he's bringing. The consistency is not there with him. Doesn't have a lot of different moves he can go after. He's definitely a rough diamond. So there's going to be a lot of scrubbing off that dirt to get this one shining and polished right. But the tools he has are the tools you can't teach, and they are elite even for the NFL level. 35-inch long arms on a defensive end like this. And again, he carries around that weight really well. So a little stiff, but love the tools. They tantalize. Just the fire and consistency, I think, would be the main question marks with him. Outside linebacker Daniel Hardy out of Montana State, another edge guy that has a lot of pass rush moves in his repertoire. He's going to bring everything at you, swipes and swim moves and overs, and I mean, he is going to just everywhere. He'll come at you in every different direction, and he'll be effective in those moves. So I like it in that respect. Doesn't do a lot for me in the run game. When you ask him to hold the edge, doesn't really hold the edge very well. When you ask him to one gap, he gets then caught up into the trash and lost up into the middle of the line off the jump. So I've got some big-time worries with him and concerns as far as his ability to hold up in the run game. Not super explosive either, try-hard guy kind of for me. Great bend, great dip, but for me there wasn't a lot of explosiveness necessarily on tape with his game. 9 is a guy that's going to get a lot of you excited if we got him, which would be Armani Rogers. The NFL, of course, has a fairly rich history of these kind of guys that have these basketball player-type bodies, and maybe they're new to the position. In his case, it's not because he played basketball, but because he was a quarterback prior for the first part of his career and then just recently transitioned to tight end. But he is fast, big. He's got some ball skills, got some open move feel. He got some moves in the open field. He's a guy, again, track record on this. The Chargers had the tight end for years who was a late bloomer in his respect. They drafted him late, brought him there. Antonio Gates, Julius Thomas with the Broncos back in that year where Peyton Manning set the NFL records, I think, for yardage and touchdowns thrown. Julius Thomas was his tight end at that time. Julius Thomas, a late transition guy, a lot like the Samori Rogers. There's certain aspects of both that you can draw distinctions on. He's going to probably be picked, I think, somewhere in 6th, 7th round territory of things, but another, again, tools guy. And what I like about a lot of these guys is that there's a lot of tools with them. It's a lot of rough edges here that you got to round out. But the things that you can't teach, as opposed to getting a bunch of high floor guys that you don't really think are going to have much of a future as far as top end goes. They may help you a little bit out the gate, but it's more of a developmental stamp you can put on a lot of these guys. There's another guy at number 10 we've talked about a lot, Cade Otton, University of Washington. I've spoken about him a lot. The reason I think he's going to drop is a little bit of a lack of production here in this last year of college, which really the Husky offense was dysfunctional, to put it mildly, this past season. You look at the previous year's tape, it was a lot better. Very smooth tight end. I call him like kind of a poor man's Travis Kelce a little bit. I'm nowhere near Kelce. I'm not putting him on that plane of things, but also not super, super far off in the mold either. And don't forget, Kelce was a 2nd round guy. I would put with a guy like Cade Otton, a 4th round guy, to give you a kind of a comparison of just how far their game is apart necessarily. But he can block, he can catch, do everything. I watching his tape, there was nothing that I didn't see on him. Catch the ball out away from his body, good route runner, both in blocking. I saw him at times do some pass protection stuff and run blocking, and he was very adept at both shield blocks really well. I like his game. If they end up coming away with him, it's not a need now because you are 3 tight ends deep at this point, but they're bringing him in. They're obviously looking at him. They're interested in him. You never know on that one. Number 11 is Derek Young. Not a lot of tape to be looked at with this kid. Comes out of Lenore Rye. That powerhouse, Lenore Rye. Coming back into the national title picture one more time. This kid ran a 4.39 40. He's a big, chiseled receiver, just hard to bring down in the open field. A yak guy, obviously not. I don't have a lot of tape to watch on. There's not a lot of Lenore Rye tape just laying around online. So I have his highlight tape to go off of and little else. I am getting sort of a Cordero Patterson vibes with him. So if you guys are looking for a little bit of a kind of a comparison on him, I'm getting a little bit of that. Next guy up is Samori Toure. Another fun prospect to watch on the tape. Big 6'3" slot receiver. Had some really good numbers here at his recent pro day. So it's interesting. I think he ran in like 4.4 area of things here. Had some good explosion. Interesting that Nebraska kept him on the inside as opposed to the outside. There's literally times when you're watching tape with Nebraska where when they're in I formation, and as we all know, Nebraska is going to end up at the very least in I formation at least a good amount of the time because that's Nebraska football, baby. That's how we run up in Nebraska, baby. We run that T-wing T-I formation. We just come downhill at you. Y'all going to get us coming downhill, y'all. You know, y'all. So look, he's off the field at times. What to make of that when he's off the field? Not sure. When he's on the field, they target him quite a good amount. Good hands, fearless receiver, which of course you could make maybe the argument that if you're going to be a slot receiver in the NFL or any place, you need to have almost a sense of fearlessness as much as anything else because you're going to be around a lot more bodies than when you are on the outside. Good route runner, as much as you can kind of tell that from the slot, where a lot of times you're just running sort of gadgety stuff with him at times too. Good in the yak game. A guy as well too that when I watched the Nebraska offense, the thing that jumped out at me, and there's some of these offenses you got to do this with certain players where the offensive line is so putrid and the quarterback so unable to deal with that putridness. I don't know what the Martinez brothers did to the Nebraska fan base to snooker them into making them have to watch their quarterback play. I think what's going to be for 7 to 8 years or something like that. They're not fun quarterbacks to watch from my standpoint. They may have a good highlight film package between the two of them, but they're just a mess as far as passers go. And the Nebraska offensive line could not pass protect at all. So there would be times with Samori you could see him breaking open, and that line's just under so much duress. Martinez doesn't even have a second to even look and scan the field and go through his reads, say nothing of maybe getting to your slot third read if you're looking to the outside first. So it does make a little bit of his film harder to kind of evaluate, but another guy with some prospect upside to him. You could be getting a really good slot receiver here with this kind of guy. Next guy up is going to be Cameron Goode. Another guy, a little bit in that mold of just a little bit. He's like a little bit of a lesser version of Michael Clemons, but just another hulking guy, great bend, great first step quickness. I liked a lot of his tape quite a bit. He stood out to me. I was looking for my notes here on him. Sorry. Had it all prepared here, folks, and then I didn't get this one up, so let me get my notes. There we go. So we had a 4.58 40, 17 reps on the bench, respectable 39-inch vert on a 6'4", 232-pound frame. That's pretty good, 125-inch broad jump, 4.29 shuttle, good there. Padded move. He's got his tipping passes. This is his kind of specialty with him. If you watch his tape, the guy just gets his hands on balls. He's just really aware of when the quarterback's just going to go in his windup and he gets the hand up in just the right spot. I mean, he has an absolute strange knack for it. It's very odd, but he's good at it. He's very explosive and fast off the edge. Good dip off initial contact. These are really good elements, of course, to have in a pass rusher first and foremost. He doesn't offer a lot of variety of different pass rush moves. This was a little bit of why I was relating to him. He's like a mini-me version of Clemons, where you're getting a guy who's raw, really special physical athletic traits, but not a lot of refinement to his game. He's a guy with the plan A, not much of a plan B at this moment. But nonetheless, if you're drafting guys like this in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, you're picking then for hopefully guys that have some traits, elements you can't teach. Again, another guy like that. All right, let's the last two guys here. We've got Deontay Williams, another safety, a free safety. Back to my notes here. Excuse me. Free safety here. Just good all around free safety. Kept things cleared on the deep end. Another guy where you don't see a lot of his tape because he's being asked to play a lot of the single high stuff that we've asked in the past our free safeties to do. So he's sometimes just disappearing over the top, and you don't really know if he's doing much of a good job at times unless you're seeing the quarterback look to his zone and then look off of it, knowing he's probably taking away something. He's got the torpedo tackle technique of a free safety down, right? Earl Thomas was really good at this, where they're coming down, they're slighter, smaller guys necessarily, so they've got to go at those ankles, and they've got to do it just right. Budda Baker is one of the guys really good at this right now in the NFL. He does it really well. He comes up really fast. He takes those guys out. You're not going to get past him. Takes really pretty good angles in that respect on his tackling ability. I've just looked at tape. Solid all-around player. Not a lot of wow to him, though. Would be maybe more of a floor type guy that you could, I think I could put him out in the field as a safety and he's going to hold up and do some free safety duties fine. I don't know if he's going to excel at anything or light the world on fire with anything, but I don't know if I've got necessarily a ton of holes I'm looking at in his game either. There's another late round guy though, nonetheless, because it's just, he's sort of going to fit into the cluster of guys that all sit in that range as far as safeties in this draft. Christian Watson. This is another guy many of you put me on to early on in this process out of North Dakota State. Another program coming up on now with as far as starting to kick out the Dakota schools here with some of these actual NFL prospects. It's surprising. He's a fast receiver with some height. Ran a 4.3 640, added a 38.5-inch vert, 11.4 broad at the combine, which is real good. He can high point the ball. He can give you something and run after the catch. He can do some of the fly sweep game. Though he is 4.36, though I just explained his 11.4, which would indicate explosion, he's not particularly sudden off the snap. He does have good footwork to make up for it, but it does take him a little bit of time to initially get where he's going. So he's an outside guy. This would never be a inside slot guy. He can have a tendency to round out his routes. He does have good hands, and he does have a large catch radius, but he is not always smooth in the catch. Sometimes he's fighting the ball a little bit. When he's bringing it in, it's just not simple and easy. He does have a little bit of a contortionist body in his control to make a catch and turn back and look back around and whatnot, which I was impressed by. You guys are getting a Xena sighting here. And he's really good on the back shoulder throws especially. He's really good with that contortionist angle of things, twisting back on his body last second, not giving the cornerback any indicators necessarily, and doing it okay. Cat's needing some love here. So I do think he does track balls also a little bit on more laser beam routes. If you got a post route, a slant route, an out route, he tracks that ball a little bit better than he does on the 9 routes. It's a little bit where I say that his hands are fighting him a little bit at times, where he's just, you can see him kind of not sure where the ball's coming down. He's not smooth with it. It's a little bit of the wonky thing with him. A guy I think as well with Christian, because his scores are so high and he's got so many people hot to trot on him, I think he is going to be overdrafted at this point versus where he really should go. He's a good prospect, but I think he's going to get the Dwayne Eskridge treatment this year. I really do. I think he's in for the same thing. But those are the 15 prospects here initially out the gate that our Seahawks are bringing into the building. Again, as I said at the top of this, there is a history when you go back and look at this over the years. And when they bring guys in, if I look at their given history on this, there's a good chance at least probably 1 to 2 of these guys minimum is going to be selected. And this being a year, for instance, where they have a few more picks than they've had in recent history, maybe there's even more of a chance that they end up with even more of those guys off of this particular list. All right, I will be over with you guys here in the chat in just a second. 2 more notes of news that have come down the track here in the last couple of days. First is Seahawks announced that they're going to exercise the 5th-year option on Noah Fant's contract, the tight end that they traded for in the Russell Wilson trade. Very talented tight end that was once selected 20th overall in the first round. I've said if he was in this particular draft, he would be the number 1 tight end taken in this draft by quite a wide margin. He's been consistent. He's never been a 1,000-yard tight end or been one of those game-changer types out there on the field, but a guy consistently been up in that 600-yard territory almost from the jump of his career in 3 seasons in. Seahawks had to make this choice now. You can't wait on the 5th-year option. You got to make the choice now or end up waiting later. It is going to be a good amount of money, something like I think $9 million or so on the 5th-year deal. But understanding at that time, that's not on this year's cap. This is his 4th year. That'll be on next year's cap, which will be up around 230 probably as far as the cap's concerned. And that hip won't look as big. And I spoke about this a couple weeks ago. The thing to consider with the tight end position is that we ran it as often as we did last year. We ran the 10th most amount in the league, while we had the fewest most of offensive snaps in the entire NFL last season. So you need tight ends here on this roster. You need guys that can get it done. And this guy, as far as an H-back tight end, more talented than a Gerald Everett. Maybe not as much the yak guy necessarily, though he has some yak to his game, but maybe more of a better pass catcher, more of a catch radius, a little more of a problem from a physicality standpoint, at the catch point, at the moment of truth, so to speak. So I think this is a good move. I'd sign off with this. I'm perfectly happy and fine with this particular move. One move I'm not particularly fine and happy with, though, is going to be the next move. And that is Geno Smith was just announced as being signed here today. It is a 1-year deal with, looks like a $4.5 million base, but the contract is got incentives that can push it upwards of $7 million. So the thing to understand with this right now is the Seahawks are sitting on approximately $16 million of cap space. A little over $7 million of that have to go to draft picks in this draft. So you have to set that money aside for draft picks where the salary is already slotted on those picks. You know what the cost is going to be. That takes you down to $9 million. And though it's only a $4.5 million base with Geno Smith, the way the salary cap rules work, if you build in an incentive, you have to build that into the salary cap structure. So that means that the $7 million counts on the books this season in full. If he doesn't reach those incentives this year, then, and let's say it's approximately $3.5 million, that $3.5 million would then be rolled on over into next year's cap. So let's talk about first, because I'm a little bit of a moaner at times, and I like to whine. So let's before I start my whine mode on this particular deal, let me talk about the part I like, which is the stashing. This is the first time this offseason we've seen them now begin to stash cap space into the future. That $3.5 million incentive, I'm going to reckon, is not going to be reached and is not going to be given an opportunity to be reached unless, let's say, Drew Lock goes down to an injury and they're just forced to do it. At which case I would like this deal even less. I don't even like it right now, but I would hate the deal exponentially more at that point. That's the way to put it, I guess. So rolling over $3.5 million into next year's cap, bravo. I've long hoped that this would be a rebuild year, that you're sitting on 40 some odd million dollars of dead money as it is right now. You just trade away your star quarterback. You just lost the centerpiece captain of your defense as well. Might take you a little bit more than just an off season to get that all back to front. So I was okay and fine with that. This was pushed back up against with Carroll saying, oh no, hell no, we're going for it. Hell no, we're competing. Hell no, we're all in. Well, I would offer to you that in the other part that I find is a positive on this move is that this is also a dead set indicator in the respect of they're not competing. They're not trying to compete this next year. It's not like they're trying to fail. They're not trying to tank, right? So this is where we get into that place that's the hard place to get into in sports discussion. Nuance. Competing. We're going for it. We're all in. We're trying to do what we can to get that Super Bowl. We're looking at the Super Bowl this year. Versus, we're tanking. We understand where we're at. We're sitting on dead money. Roster's not very good. Build to the future. Where's the middle ground between those two statements? And that's where you would find our Seattle Seahawks lying. Now, the okay part for me with this is that this isn't the in-between thing I've discussed with you guys where you got the fork in the road, they're taking the middle path. It's not that. It's a little middly. It's like you took a road, but you still got 1 foot over on the brush side that you're walking through, So you did choose a path here, but you're still kind of a little wonky on the spending. So the two parts I like, okay, great. You're putting the money that the $3.5 million is not going to be attained by Geno. It's going into next year's cap. Beautiful. I've wanted to see us roll some money over into next year's cap if we can. I'm perfectly fine with that. Perfectly okay with that. Because as I said, now after with Geno's deal, you have $2 million of functional cap space at this point. You can cut a couple of guys, but you're really working down your way now of not being able to do a whole lot in creating much more space. So the part I don't like about this deal is you're paying Geno Smith you're allotting $7 million of your cap space to Geno Smith, and $4.5 million to Geno seems a little high. A little high. I'm not going to pull my hair out of this deal. I'm mainly just saying I'm not loving it from the standpoint of things. I will love it and add to the plus column of it if this means the Seahawks don't draft a quarterback. If this also means with Geno Smith, okay, guys, you were looking for your sign of a rebuild. Here's your sign. This is really, truly a rebuild. Okay? All the functional cap space we had to use up left that could have been out there to sign maybe some other player a couple players that we could put on a multi-year deal and somehow fit those in. That's out the door now. Now you know for sure this is a rebuild. Okay, great. Fantastic. But the $4.5 million is what it is. I mean, that's maybe the going cost. I did do some research on this, and a guy like Jacoby Brissett just signed a deal that was almost tit for tat exactly the same. He didn't, I think, have the bonus money built in like Geno did here, but it was a $4.5 million deal. And perhaps that is now, with the cap going back up off the $182 million deal, Geno Smith on a $182 million cap is maybe only worth the $1 million. But Geno Smith on a cap that's now up at $208 million is now maybe worth $4.5 million. Again, we're talking a couple $1 million. It's not worth turning this over too much. It's a backup quarterback. Again, I hope this does indicate, though, that they're not bringing in another quarterback in this draft, because it would be hard for me to see them carrying 3 quarterbacks this season at that point. Unless they're just looking to stash away a second-round guy like Ritter or Coral, who they just want as a developmental guy. They know that they've got lock on one more year of his rookie deal, basically, before they've got to decide on him. So it could still open the door. Maybe I'm being a little bit prematurely hopeful in this respect. The deal is okay, I guess, but it is still a little, I know many of you are going to feel similarly, it is still just seems a little silly giving Geno Smith $7 million. It seems a little like, okay. Okay, really? Okay. But again, I'm not going to rip my hair out on it. I'm excited about this draft coming up. I'm excited about this future coming up. I know sometimes, folks, I'm going to get to you in the chat here in a sec. I sometimes have hammered this front office at times, and I know many of you at times, I probably get tired of me hearing it. I'm not going to hammer them too much with this stuff. I'm going to try to be as hopeful as I can for this upcoming future. But as I always do with you folks too, I'm going to try to still remain honest in how I see this stuff. And it's kind of deals like this today with Geno, where it's like, that I put with the pushback I give some of you on giving this front office the benefit of the doubt, falling back into the mantra of "in John and Pete and we trust." I'll have you in the chat saying, "Oh, there's a plan. Trust me, there's a plan. I'll tell you, there's a plan. It's going to be great." And I'm like, I'm on board. Show me the plan. Show me the plan. $7 million for Geno Smith doesn't seem like a plan. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't seem like a plan. Maybe it is. Maybe Geno's just about to tap into that top prime potential elite quarterback, whatever that he's got inside him. But, yeah, or maybe you guys can talk me into it. I don't know. We'll see what you guys think in the chat on this. But thank you for watching today. Let's get over to the chat. I've been talking for 40 damn minutes straight. I appreciate you watching. Please do hit the like button if you could for me, folks. It does help me out. You know that. I appreciate it. You know that. Thank you for watching. Again, we've had some great offseason. This has been the biggest build offseason-wise we've had already to start things. Haven't even gotten to the draft yet. I want to really thank all the new subscribers and folks who jumped aboard along with my old school OGs. It's awesome watching the growth of this channel just keep on going. So we're going to go today till about 4 o'clock or so, I believe. And then me and Brendan are going to be back again on his channel at 6 o'clock tonight. So Brandon's putting in some work today. I'm going to put a little work in today. And go Mariners today. We're rocking and rolling along. Looks like Kelnick put one out off the pesky pole, which was kind of cool to see there today. Josh Alonzo, yo, go M's, go M's. Randall McDaniel, Hawks Nest coming at you live from Midday Drive. Hey, this is the Hawks Nest live coming from Midday Drive. This is Brandon Hawks Nest. How you doing, folks? You're out there on the roadways. It's a dark day, but I'm here to bring a little bit of sunshine. All right, and speaking of sunshine, let's get a little bit of KC and the Sunshine Band, folks, for you. Come on, shake that thing. Yeah. Mighty Johnny Boy, hey man, long time no see. How you been? What do you think of Bailey Zapp in the 4th or 5th round? I watched Bailey Zapp. I liked his tape. Okay. I did. trying to find where I had my notes on him. I think I want to say he was more of a, all right, here's my notes on him. So spread quarterback, I see him as a little bit like Coral. Tremendous pop, tremendous velocity inside of 15 yards, but then the velocity wanes for me a little bit with him. Hard to read with him a little bit, where a lot of the times in that offense, guys were running wide open, buck naked, and his pass protection was absolutely clean. So he's not under duress. He can see the guy wide open, hits the throw. I thought the few times when the windows got a little bit smaller, the accuracy started to wane a little bit, like his velocity down the field. He's not a dynamic runner, but he's not a statue either, kind of middle of the road on that type of stuff. Ball placement was questionable. Generally does progress through his reads really well, though. I like that about him. Most of those college quarterbacks, including Coral, can at times be just one-read guys, and that's it. And he's got a little bit more beyond that. A smart player, kind of a quintessential to me, 6th, 7th round type quarterback that you'd take. A guy that gets an overachiever type that gets more from than what his tools would allow, so to speak. But he's okay. I think the 4th, 5th round would be high for me, though, Mighty Johnny Boy, because there's just better value there with other guys that are going to drop in the draft to that point. Eden Tech World, yo, what's up? What's up, man? Jackson Shore, hey, Brandon, can't stand, but wanted to say sorry. I have not been around. My mom was in the hospital yesterday, so I've been super stressed out and just got back to college, so I'll see you later. Jackson, no worries, man. That's I understand. Life comes along and hits up, so it's all good. I know if you miss a couple shows, I know folks will be back. So, and dude, take care of your mom. That's the most important thing. So I hope she's getting better. Ryan Austin says, hello, Ryan. Ethan says, listen to the Mariners game too. Kailyn hit a laser home run off the foul pole. Hope that helps his confidence. These Midwest ballparks are absolute trash. Yeah, Mariners having a little bit of a tough start to the year. Fans just got to hold on. It's a marathon. Baseball is definitely a marathon at this 162 games. But good to see Kailyn doing it. It wasn't just a cheap homer either, to your point, man. He hit that thing. Go watch the highlight on that, folks. I mean, that thing was an absolute monstrosity of a laser beam. I mean, that thing was just about broke the foul pole. B. Russ, at least Smith getting paid probably means Hawks aren't picking a quarterback before the 2nd or 3rd. If it takes $7 million, I'm fine with it, honestly. Me too, B. Russ. I can put enough in this deal to nod my head and say fine with it for those reasons. If it removes us taking a quarterback early in this draft, first going and taking another player who's going to have potential to be impactful, yay. If it means I got to take $3.5 million and roll it over to next year, build up that cap for next year when we will truly be hopefully starting to compete, yay. I'll get off. I'll sign off on it if that's the case. Jack Turner, the only 2 draft options I'd be happy with is A, draft one of Neal, Sauce, or Stingley if available at 9, or B, trade down and take Devin Lloyd or Linderbaum and address other needs with added picks. Jack Turner, I'm fully in alignment with you 100% on that. So I think Lloyd and Linderbaum have that similar level of safety to them, where to me they are the weird guys that are the high floor, high ceiling guys. Most of the time you got to pick one or the other, even with these top draft picks in this particular draft at the top end. Those are 2 guys that to me are a little bit different in that respect. And I'm agree with you. Those 3 guys you mentioned in the spot, Neal, Sauce, Stingley. At 9, I would love for those to be the selection at that point. Hearing more and more talk now the late hour talk here as we're getting closer and closer to the draft is talk of Walker now going as high as 1 and Hutchinson ending up at number 2. And then there's also a lot of talk. I'm hearing more and more about the 3 top tackles being off the board in the first 9 picks. Not sure if it's the truth, just what we're hearing. Puff says, do you think the Seahawks will reach for a player at number 9? Nope. And again, I drill this front office quite a bunch. Sorry, John. I got to do what I do. I mean, I just call them like I see them. I drill it a bunch, but in this respect, I will give them the measure of the doubt, the benefit of the doubt. In the respect of 3 times Puff they've selected in the top 15 picks in 10 years. That's not a lot of times. That's a little bit of a sample size data, but nonetheless, in those 3 picks, they've gotten good to great players in all 3 of those selections. So I think you get them up a little higher in the draft. You get them a little closer to the top-end talent than they've been, like in selecting 20s. I've got a lot more confidence in their ability to hit on that player. Now, if they trade back, I don't know if the confidence is in the same type of place. But, Josh Alonzo says Rasheed Walker's like Sue Dirty player. Yeah, he's weird though, and I can't put my finger even on what it is. Just a weird dude. He's just to hump a man on a football field with 60,000 people watching. I mean, I might have to kill you. I might have to kill you on the football field. I might have to just like go to the sideline and be like, somebody just hand me something sharp. Just hand me something sharp. Did you see what he did to me? None of y'all did nothing? You did nothing. You just let him. He's humping me. Why did you just look? You were laughing. You were laughing at me. GoX05 says, damn, live early. Yeah, I missed last night. I was meaning to try to get on, and I missed it. And I've got the show tonight with Brendan. So I want to get another show in here before Sunday. I'm trying to get committed to getting 2 of these shows a week. And I wanted to talk about especially those prospect visits, because I've looked at a lot of those guys' tape. And I like all of them, which is interesting. There are any of those guys that I hate their tape on. I agree with that King Bomber, though, Jack. I do think Sauce is off the board. I think the Jets, I'm hearing more and more heat of the Jets looking at Sauce very, very seriously. King says, I hope they take any of the top 3 edges, top 3 tackles or Sauce, or trade down, possibly grab Linderbaum. Many of us are in the same place. This is kind of scary, King Bomber. This is kind of the same spot we were all landing in and arriving at last year with Creed Humphrey. We only had a 2nd-round pick, and it was like all of us for the month and a half leading up to the draft were just like, Creed, if we just have Creed will slide in and we just get Creed at the Creed. When we creed the Creed, we'll creed it. And after we creed that, we'll creed it again. And we'll creed the Creed. And we were all in such unison on it. It was kind of scary. And now I see the same sort of thing with the Linderbaum of SARS. Just everybody going, okay, just trade back, get Linderbaum, pick up a late 2nd-round pick, bump, start to win this draft. Emmett21 says, is it possible we can get Ritter in the early 2nd round and draft Sauce at 9? Yes. I think that there's going to be 2 quarterbacks taken in the 1st round. I'm not still at the certain point that there's going to be 3. But I do think Malik Willis, I think Pickett go in the 1st round somewhere. But if there's a 3rd guy probably going off the board, it's Ritter or Coral then in that 1st round. But where things seem to be sitting right now, he would slide into the 2nd. Bree says, hey, Brandon, what do you think about Seahawks snagging Jermaine Johnson or Malik Willis? Jermaine Johnson's the guy that I was slow to warm up on a little bit, Breeze. I'm not going to lie with you. But then it's a guy that what I start to try to do more and more in my evaluation of these guys, a little different from I think other people, is get more into conceptually looking at where their upside goes to. I can't do interviews with the guys. I can't pay a private investigator to go to the college and dig up all the potential dirt that could be on the guy that would lead me more to believe that he's not going to have the work ethic or off the field drive in order to be able to get tapped into that potential. So all I can go off of, in my opinion, from that then is really what I see from the evaluations of him on the field. And his size with quickness, hand usage, bend, those base and most important fundamentals you need on a pass rusher, he has. He is really good with the violence in his hands. Not even being just a technician, just how strong he is and how, he'll slam down a tackle's hands trying to lay hands on him, and then he's to his dip, and then he's bending, and he's rounding the arc, and then he's to flatten stage, and all of that is in the blink of the eye happening. So he translates all of those into one where you'll have a guy who can maybe rip the hands off, get to the bend, but then they can't flatten to the quarterback. And those kind of plays show up enough over time where I think you can duplicate them again over at the NFL level, and that it's going to be hard to stop the NFL level too, because it's not going to disappear because he has the size, he has the length. I like the first step quickness with him as well. I got a little more on board with him in his ability to stop the run. I still do question a little bit of his effort in his run stuffing ability. But a guy with a lot of top side to him. He's in that Trayvon Walker mold of things a little bit, where you feel like you're getting You're getting a guy that's not showing you what he's going to become even by a close mark yet. Jordan Davis is in that mark, right? There's a lot of these guys in this where it's like, man, there is so much potential here, but is he going to get to that spot of it? Some people have Jermaine Johnson Breeze as the number one edge for them in this draft, which I'm not there with him on that. I take quite a few guys I think still over him, but at 9 I'd be okay with it. Malik Willis, I'm a little bit more lukewarm on Malik. I think he's going to get overdrafted. I think he's going to take a lot of time to develop. I think if you're going to go Breeze to the model of the rookie quarterback blueprint to a Super Bowl, right? This is the one of the two models you have now in the NFL is we'll pay my quarterback and then I'll just try to figure it out around him, or I'll get the young quarterback on the rookie deal who I'll build the super team around. It's one of two marks that you go at. To me, the problem is if you go at that second mark where you're going to take the rookie quarterback and then try to build the team around him, you're going to need a pro-ready rookie quarterback. You don't need him to light the world on fire. You need him to be, yes, a game manager, but then he's got to do the game manager things. I don't think Malik Willis out the chute's necessarily going to have the game manager things all on lock in totality like you need to make that blueprint fully work. I think he's a developmental guy with a ton of upside on the top end down the road a little bit, but it will take a little bit of time for him to get to that spot if he can get to it. But then that thus neutralizes a lot of the value of his rookie deal, and thusly why I'm also a little bit not as hot to trot on selecting him right now. Say nothing of our offensive line might get him killed right now. King Bomber says Ritter's probably my favorite quarterback, and I'd love to take him in the second round. Mine too. King says if they pass on Sauce, I'd be pissed. I think a lot of people would be pissed. King says, honestly, I do hope they pass on Stingley. I've gotten signed off on my standpoint on Stingley. Is I'm fully on board with Stingley at this point. My only worry is the Liz Frank injury. That's one of those ones on some guys that is a death knell. Some other guys have been able to recover from it. But that's my one, I'm a little encouraged as well as you look at the pro day numbers he put up off that Liz Frank and you go, yeah, but he put up the great pro numbers, seem to be okay. The foot seems to be fine enough to be really explosive and really fast. I think he can slide back into that old mold of what he showed in that freshman year. And there's enough of his film that's so good. I would be okay with Stingley. Sauce or Stingley, as Claire Bear says. Either one. Ski or surf, man. Ski or surf. I'm fine with either or. King Bomber, I feel like they need a cornerstone that's a low-risk player to bust and will be a good player for the next decade. I think they need a couple of these guys, man, King. I think at this point it's about stacking up these guys and putting as many potential of these guys, right? Let go, if you can get 4 or 5 picks in these first 3 rounds, come out with hopefully then 4 of those type guys. Maybe 1 misses, 4 of them are hits. Or maybe that's being too aggressive with it. But that's really why adding draft picks at this point, just adding players, getting beyond necessarily the quarterback position and just adding on just good players across the board is probably the better route. Larry Coleman, good afternoon, Brandon. You talk about Baker Mayfield today. You can't stop dreaming about him, huh? Oh, you know it, Larry. I go to bed at night and I just go, Baker. Yeah, Larry, I saw your boy trying to talk up. It's getting hilarious at this point. It is getting hilarious at this point with Baker because he goes on an interview and he's like, well, I wanted to be the Colts, but I guess now I guess I'll be with, I guess it's going to be Seattle or, whatever. We're the girl in the dance, man. It's over there, and the guy's just lost out to the girl he wants, and we're within earshot and hear him talking to his buddies, being like, "Yeah, I guess Amanda wasn't, feeling me, so I guess I'll go with Emily." God. Just look at her though, man. Look at her. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, Baker. You sit over in Cleveland. Just you stay over there. Day after that interview, Seattle signs Gino Smith resigns him to a contract. Coincidence? I think not. But yeah, funny. But no, Baker's not coming here, man, Larry. They're not going to pay another $18 million, another $9 million on top of now. Hell, they're up to I think we're up to almost $10 million now invested in the quarterback position, say nothing of the $26 million we're still paying Russell not to play here. Emmett says Sauce, best quarterback in the draft, possibly has potential to be a top 5 cornerback in the NFL, so we need to draft him. With you, Emmett, man. If he's there, grab him, pick him. Don't overthink it, right? Don't overthink it. Do the straightforward, easy thing. Make the deal go. Jack Turner, I agree, but the potential of Stingley is crazy. But Sauce is my number 1 player I want for Seattle at 9. I've really been getting closer and closer to again, when I say, an either or in certain respects, I'm an either or with both of them. I really like both. I love both of their games. Both of them, to me, have every right to be selected in the top 10 at the cornerback position for their talents. Both of them do, in my opinion. So you end up with either of those two guys. I'm okay with it. With the Stingley, it's just a matter of what did the evals say about the Liz Frank? Is that completely signed off? Is that okay? And if it is, the talent's there. He warrants it. He absolutely warrants it. He's better than Jeff Okudah, who was selected 4th overall by the Detroit Lions 2 years ago. He's vastly better than him. Vastly. He had the equivalent of the Jamar Chase freshman year with LSU at 19 years old. That's exactly what Stingley did opposite on the cornerback at LSU on the other side as far as his early performance when he first came on the scene. Jason McEward, I'd be happy with either top corners. I'd be even happier if draft was today. Oh, I requested the draft days off. Let's go, Hawks. Jason, you are the man. I know where you're going to be. Let's go. Let's go. Christmas 2.0. You didn't get what you want this year for Christmas? A little coal in your stocking? Well, that's okay. You come here to the Hawks Nest because we're going to be celebrating this Christmas. That's right. Christmas comes on draft day, and we're not rating around 2. We ain't rating around 3. Oh, we ain't just going to be discussing over undrafted guys. We get a top 10 pick. That's an awfully big present we get unwrapped this year, Jason. So I'm glad you're going to be here chilling with me. Let's go. Let's go. Jack Kenna, a friendly fan from another team. My friend is a Seahawks team. My friend is a Seahawks team. I think you meant, there was another word in there, I think, Jack, but I know what you mean. I asked him, and now asking you guys, if you could choose Russell Wilson or Pete Carroll, who would you have kept? Jack Kenna, Jack, it's a great question. I would have, at the end of the day, I would have myself, if I was in charge, I would have kept Russell Wilson. I would have built the offense around him. I would have probably moved on from Pete. I don't know about necessarily Schneider because some of that comes in. I don't know what was going on with the background there necessarily, but I've got some misgivings as far as the way Pete's gone about his business as of recent. And especially if it came down to, either him or Russ. But I'm also not sobbing my tears out over here at Russ's departure. I'm not sitting here, Jack, in my answer, don't take it as well as one to mean that I somehow am, Russell got done dirty, or Russell was like the savior and Messiah and everything could do no wrong type thing here. So I think at the end of the day, what really the bottom line is that a break needed to happen. You had different philosophies going between those two guys, but your question wasn't that. Your question was which way would I have gone? Jason says Sauce won't be there at 9. I feel pretty good on this prediction too, Jason. I think the Jets are taking him. I think the Jets are going to grab him. John Mua says Kyle Hamilton at 9. I don't think so. There's talk right now of Kyle Hamilton dropping outside of the top 10 at this point, which very well may happen. I think he goes 12 to the Washington Commandos. That would be my guess with Kyle. But no, they've got so much money wrapped up in the safety position now, John. Say nothing of having 2 starters in place. Say nothing of having Marquise Blair coming back that doesn't even have a pathway to playing at this point and can play both safety positions. I don't think the safety is going to be at the selection. Though I love him, John. He's, I think, like my second most favorite player in this draft. He might have dropped down a couple points since my initial read on that. I haven't gone back to that list recently and reevaluated because I have watched more of these guys' tape. But he's good nonetheless. He's going to be a great player, and if he goes to Washington, look out for that defense. King Bomber says it's Armani, not Amari. My bad, man. These names, after a while, they all just run together. Emmett says, now thinking about it, call me crazy, but I'm choosing Pete because Wilson ain't the same. But if you said prime Wilson, then I'm saying prime Wilson. Oh, he's talking to Jack. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I missed it. Kyle Robinson says, I want Ritter in the second if he slips. I don't know, Kyle, with these signings, I don't know if they'd look at quarterback at this point. Like I was thinking, though, too, Drew Lock is on only a one-year deal. Geno Smith is only on a one-year deal. So you don't technically have a quarterback aligned onto your roster past this season. Maybe that does at least slightly crack that door open to being a potential option for them. King Bomber says, or you trade down to a team that possibly wants to jump the Jets or the Commanders to grab Hamilton. That would be ideal, King. Trade back would be great because you could pick up legitimately a late second-round pick, I think, if you did it right. And that would be, that would be great value. That would be such great value. Jack says, as a fan from their team, it's a hard call 100. Yeah, Jack, it wasn't easy. And there's definitely different faces, different segments of the fan base that align to their different sides on this one. And it's part of why I say, even for me, it's not as easy as a black and white, paint one the villain, paint one the hero. I can't do that in this scenario with Carroll and Wilson. I just can't. I think it's too complicated. There's too much with 10 years of a relationship built up to the point of where it had built up to that to simplify it down that simple. But it had to happen. Jack says great coaches and good quarterbacks don't grow on trees. No, they don't, Jack. No, they don't. We had to wait 40 years for our first one. John Moa, Derek Stingley at 9. I think so. Could be. Keldon, check out this guy with the early stream. Hey, man, early bird gets the worm. You know what I mean? Early bird at 12 o'clock in the afternoon gets the worm. Jose Luis Sahagan says, did we pay Geno too much? I believe we probably did. Is it significant? Is it insane? Is it, oh my God, no, dear God, no. No, it's not that bad, but it's probably more than you need to be spending. I mean, especially if they end up drafting a quarterback in this draft like Ritter, and you end up spending $7 million with him, and then you got Locke on there, and now Ritter's not going to play, or what Coral wouldn't play in his first year anyway. I don't know. I wouldn't love it from that aspect, but there's some good parts to it. As far as, like I said, I don't think he's getting all $7 million of that money. I think it does preclude you from drafting a quarterback now, or adding Baker Mayfield and taking on his money. So, yay, yay from that aspect of it. Jack says, as an old guy, wish Seattle was still in the AFC West. Love watching our teams. Jack, it still does hurt too from my angle of it. I've gotten used to the rivalries now here in the NFC West, but I won't lie to you. There's still an older part of me with it that looks at it and goes, man, I wish we were back still in the AFC West at times, because it was just fun. It felt more West Coast like. Sometimes with ours, I don't know why. It's maybe getting better with the Rams now, but it felt a little more, I don't know. I wonder if it did for you guys too. It just felt a little more, even though we had to go out to Denver, I guess, in Kansas City. So that's kind of silly. Yeah, that's me just being a young kid. Everything seemed West Coast. But it is still weird to me too, Jack. Fans, thoughts on Jacob Eason? Jacob Eason's not the future. I know he's got a lot of backers, fans, but this move indicates definitely that Jacob Eason is not a guy that they have a lot of faith in. And again, the indicators here were pretty clear. You had Carson Wentz, who the Colts were not sold on, right? We've learned, we definitely can say that with 100% certainty now, having had him moved after 1 year in town. They didn't have any backup options because Sam Ehlinger, who they had drafted, had a torn ACL. And yet still midseason, they released Jacob Eason. That was a dead-on indicator that the kid's not going to be able to get it done at the NFL level. Teams just don't do that at a position that's as important as the quarterback position is. Puff is celebrating 5 months as a member of the channel, and Puff knows I appreciate that. You're awesome, brother. He says, hey, Brando, thanks for the content as always. If Sauce, Thibodeau, Hamilton, Stingley, and Cross are all gone by pick 9, who do you choose and why? Well, Puff, I'm not going to cheat. The cheating route would have been to say I'll trade back. All right, so if we've got Thibodeau, Hamilton, Stingley, and Cross off the board, I got to think this through, man. So give me a second. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 guys off the board. That means Neal and Ekawanu are off the board as well. So that's 7. Puff, I'm going to be honest. There's no way your situation happens under any circumstances. And let me explain why. Trayvon Walker and Hutchinson are locked in as the top 2 picks in this draft, which leaves 7 more selections until we select. So if Sauce went 3, Thibodeau went 4, Hamilton went 5, Stingley went 6, Cross went 7. What am I missing here? All right, I'll jump off the fence on this one. I'm making this one way too complicated, Puff. So the guy that I would select, and boy, I think you would be able to trade back at that point because I think a team would want to jump up and maybe grab a guy like Jameson Williams even, who's now being talked about in the top 10. And I think a team could maybe want to jump up and grab at that point. The guy that I'm looking at that jumps out to me, though, would be Jermaine Johnson. That would be the guy. I know Karlaftis is right there with him at that point. A lot of people are more Karlaftis guy prone, but I think with the stand-up aspect of what you would ask to be done, I don't think Karlaftis can do that. I think Karlaftis can put his hand in the dirt. I don't think based off just how he kind of plays, he's going to be as much a guy that can run the 3-4 stuff. And they're both very close to me anyway from an evaluation standpoint. I would probably lean in the direction of saying Jermaine Johnson if it broke down that way. Boy, that'd be an okay scenario if it went that way, I guess. That'd be strange. It could go down like that though. I'll think if my answer changes, Puff. I don't like my answer. Randall with $5 donation says, do you understand how pre and post June 1st cuts work? I know they have different cap ramifications. Yeah, I believe if you do the pre-June 1st, the cost for it hits immediately on this year's cap. If you do post, you can push the cap hit out a year basically. So you could have designated, for instance, Randall, you had Carlos Dunlap. I believe like if they had done the post June 1st, like with that, you only save $900,000 if it's pre, and then you're able to save significantly more if it's post. If you wait till after, I believe, but then you got to set it aside, and then there's only certain players you can do it with. It just changed as well, Randall, because I think they've done it now where they've added another layer to it where you can cut a guy pre-June 1st, but cut him with post-June 1st designation. So admittedly, I'm going to have to kind of start to relearn this again because they just changed it, I think, with the new CBA. But it used to be that wherever you cut him is wherever it landed, and you had to usually wait for the June 1st program. Now I believe you can just designate a guy, and the union got that built in so that the guy could get quicker to the market faster because obviously once you're cut June 1st, no one's got any money to spend at that point. I believe, Randall, but I'll look that up. I've been meaning to double check on what the CBA has as those rules now. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, man. Appreciate you. Jack Kennett, any cap relief after June 1st? No. You got a couple guys you can release like LJ Collier, Jason Myers, clear another $5 million if you wanted to, but not a lot more beyond that. King Bomber says, can incentives be really abused? Like if you were to give a player, if you were to give a player to get 3,000 yards, you get a $100 million contract or something, and all of a sudden you've got $330 million going into next year. So King Bomber, the way that this works is that the CBA has what's called a floor. The Players Association has negotiated a floor into the contract with the owners. So what this means is that you have to pay out, let's say the cap's at $208 million this year. That means every owner in the NFL has to pay a minimum salary on their books of $150 million. Now, while the incentives on a given year you could put into a contract to get below that, if you end out that year, as I understand it, below not paying the $150 million mark, then you're due for some type of action off of the CBA. that I don't know if it's like a fine or what it is. I don't know what the punishment would be, King Bomber. But as I understand it, you have to have spent that $150 million not in figurative costs, but in literal costs. And if you hit a year where you were 125 when you should have been a 150, you'll get dinged. So that would prevent a team from abusing it in the way that you say. But good thought on that. I can see where your mind's at with it. Breeze, what are your thoughts on Malik Willis that think the Seahawks should draft him? I'm not big on Malik Breeze. I've said I don't think that his talent is all that much far different than what you were going to get with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was picked at the back end of the first round. And that's really where Malik should probably be picked, is somewhere within the 20s. I like him. He's got some skill to him. He's got rough edges. But like I was saying just a second ago, there's reasons why I'm not on board with him. I think he's going to take a while to develop. And if you're going to use this blueprint, then use the blueprint fully. Don't use it partially. Jack says it happens when you trade a franchise quarterback. Eat it this year to free up for the future and build. That's right. No reason to. That's why the only thing that's throwing us off, Jack, with this is that Carroll's been insisting ad nauseum here over the course of this offseason that they're not rebuilding, that they're going for it. So that's what's leading a lot of people to be confused, because they seem like they're rebuilding, but they're not actually saying they're rebuilding. Live in Seattle. I don't get why we always overpay for average. I don't know either, man. I wish I could give you a good answer on that. I don't know what Geno gives you in value to the team that you can't get with just about any guy walking the streets as a backup quarterback. Maybe you can talk me into paying him $1 million more than the veteran minimum, but he's making this year twice what Colt McCoy's making. Huh? Huh? Emmett21 says yes on Ritter. Ethan, gun the lock. I'm worried we take Penning at 9. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. And he's got a certain team. Penning's one of those prospects who gets just a certain segment of teams really in the NFL that really love him more than I think the rest of the groups do. And Seattle could look at him and really look at him as that guy. My one upshot with Penning that I like is that if he doesn't make it a tackle, he's got the build mentality, and I think he's got what it takes to move into left guard if it just wasn't going to work with him at tackle. I think he'll decently work out to even a right tackle if he had to, but he's a guy to me that maybe he doesn't turn into the amazing star, but he still gives you good level of play at the line if you can't get him at left tackle. Still, Ethan, I get where you're coming from. He's not my most exciting pick at 9 either. Jack says kind of reminds me of Marcus Mariota's contract. Yeah, I guess a little bit. I don't know. Brian O'Connor, thanks for going over Michael Clemson. I really hope we draft him and Cole Strange. Loved his tape, Brian, and it doesn't get more freakish. Build, length, explosion off the snap, strength. He's got all in that respect. So if that guy puts it together, he's going to be a monster. Just a monster. Love his tape. Love his tape. It's inconsistent, but again, I'm not a guy, and I've been watching a lot of some evaluators that are more floor guys, that they look to the floors on guys. Is it up here? ceiling's great. I want to know what he can do right out the jump. I'm more of a guy like, man, he's a 22-year-old kid. Why am I going to get caught up in what he can do right now? He's 22 years old. He isn't into his grown man body. He doesn't have a couple years yet in an NFL weight room with NFL coaching. Why would it be caught up necessarily on the floor of a guy? I don't quite get that in the folks that land in that side of things and the way they look at it. WK Football Shorts, if we trade down to 20 and Willis falls to 20, I would pick him. It happens to also be the Steelers pick, which I think they take him at 20. But and if they trade up off that pick, I think they would be moving up to take Willis, because I think they're very likely to end up with him. Makes more sense to me. I'm a little more okay with it in the 20 realm of things. Thing to remember about picking Willis at 9 is that he's going to cost $8-9 million a year on the cap. You're not getting the cheapest of cheap contract either than with Malik Willis. You're not getting a guy who's going to maybe take a couple years to develop. His cost is only going to increase with time. But you start talking about in the 20s, that's going down a little bit. That's getting a little more realistic. Jack Kenna says, as a Raider fan, hit those likes 100%. Good content. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you, my guy. It's awesome of you to say. I know from a Raider fan that's hard to say for a Seahawks fan. So, WK Football Shorts says also Kyle Hamilton's overrated. I liked his tape, man. I liked his tape a lot. He just jumps off to me, jumps off the tape. Jack Gannon says Q for the host and Hawks fans. Trade question for you and for the host and the Hawk fans. Trade picks to get better picks next year with a better quarterback class next year. Jack, if we're talking about trading one of our second-round picks for a first-round pick next year, I'd be okay with doing something like that. I think that's what you mean within your question is you're essentially giving up a little bit later pick this year to get a higher pick the year after. That, and I'm good with that. If they took that route, I'd be okay this season them doing that. If it's to trade like a first-round pick for next year's first-round pick or a tip for second-round pick this year for next year's second and a fifth round or something, I wouldn't be doing it for just to do it to get out of this draft. Because, Jack, I think where the strength of this draft lies is in the tier 2 range. In that range in this draft that sits from about 15 to 60, where those guys are all aligned about the same range. They all got a lot of good upper-level talent. There's some questions to their game. That's obviously why they're not top-end picks. But it's a little deeper than it is in normal years. So I want more swings in this given area of the draft if I can get it. Jaboy Michael, oh hey, what's up, Jaboy Michael? Noah Milky, Mike Milky. Would you consider trading 9 and 40, okay, and a late round pick for 16 and 19? Though I was reading your post before, I'm fully reading it out loud. So he says, would you consider trading pick number 9 and 40 and a late round pick for 16 and 19, the New Orleans first round picks in this draft? They are desperate for a quarterback to get someone like Linderbaum. 14 and a late round pick. Interesting. 16, 19. I don't know why they would make that pick, though. Why would they do 9 and 40? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess, Noah. I would do that. I'd do that, Noah. It's a good question. So but yeah, I mean that would make a ton of sense. Ton of sense. Yami, hello. What's the take? Ritter is only the quarterback visit, and with Geno back, are we going quarterback? Yami, I think with Geno, it means we're not going quarterback necessarily. I do think they're looking at Ritter because they are considering it. But I don't think it necessarily means. Sorry, I'm getting a call here. 1 second, folks. One moment here. All right. Sorry, it's midday, folks. So, sometimes you get that work thing going. Sometimes work goes. Keldon says, I'm just here as a Niners spy, as usual. Don't mind me. Well, that's okay, Keldon, because I'm just slowly converting you to Seahawks fandom. That's all that's going on here. So you think you're getting me, but it's a double cross back the other way to you. Knight takes pawn. What's your move? Integrity 3301. Geno's a backup quarterback with Locke. We now have 2 backup quarterbacks. Better off with Baker. At least he was a starter. Then go after a quarterback next year. Well, Baker's kind of out now. I mean, they've made their bed here, right? They made their Geno Drew bed. They got Drew and Geno in bed, and they've made it. That sounded wrong. I don't know. This is where they've gone. So I don't. This removes Baker off the board to me wholesale at this point. He can pine for us in his willy-nilly way all he wants. He's not coming. Yami, but again, to integrity, I think really what these indicate, to your point on this, is they're in rebuild mode. They're telling you they're going to compete. They're telling you they're trying to compete, but that's not really what is going on. Daniel says, don't forget the best part of re-signing Geno gives us top 5 pick next year to actually get our quarterback. Very true, Daniel. That's one of the upshots here. That is one of the upshots is if you don't take the quarterback this year, it means now you're going to lock into next year's draft, which I have to believe is going to be better from the quarterback position than this year's. Usually every year there's at least 3 guys. And this year's, there's just not 3 guys that stand out. King Bomber says Seattle's draft position is either really good or really bad. If the 7 players you want at 9 are all gone and a quarterback is gone, that's probably the worst case scenario possible. Yeah, I think what I'd land on with this King Bomber, though, is I believe that there's 9 players there I want in the first 9 picks. And I will be happy with, this is where it's going to be hard for me to be mad at their selection, because I do think in this draft there are 13 top-end, Tier 1, Grade A, prime cut beef talent in this draft. And if I'm ending up with one of those guys, whatever position it may be at, then I'm going to be satisfied with that. And I think, and I have a lot of, as I spoke about recently or above, I have a lot of confidence because of their history in picking at this height of the draft and having success within it, that they will make the right selection. King says, because you're not going to land Ritter in the second, and trading down for Linderbaum would be awesome, but I doubt Seattle would do it. Yeah, I agree, King. I don't think they'd do it, but it would be awesome. Yami says, with Geno here, it means Baker's out. I agree. Sam Z says, "Damn, why we asked though Baker? Why we asked though Baker? I think just Baker didn't want to. That interview he gave yesterday probably pushed him over the line, but they're not as in on Baker. And again, the Baker thing was going to get sticky because he costed a lot of money, and maybe they just didn't want to spend that money. I know Geno's costing a lot of money here, folks, but again, considering this is a 1-year, $4.5 million deal, Geno's not going to hit the $7 million of all incentives. So $3.5 million of that money is going to roll over to next year's books. So Baker at $18 million or Gino Smith at $4.5 million. You know, that's really is more the choice. And let's not forget, you're also having to give up a draft pick to Cleveland to get this job done, whereas Gino doesn't cost you a draft pick. Keldon says, Baker just says dumb S constantly. He needs to go back to college ball. Yeah, he did himself no favors with that interview. You're a man out in the middle of the ocean without a boat. You got a inflatable floaty, and the sharks are taking bites at it, and you got a Seattle island that's about 100 yards away from you, and you're paddling away from it with that interview. Maybe not the smartest approach by our guy right there. Minecraft Soft, will the Lions be better than us next season? No. But we're not going to be hugely better, but we got the Lions. Come on, we got the Lions. We got the Lions, right? Governor Party Tits says it's hard to not hate the Hawks when we make stupid Geno Smith signings like Home and Disley. Like Home and Disley for 15 is crazy. They should both be closer to bet minimums. Geno and Disley for $15 million is crazy. They should both be closer to vet minimums. It's the part where, Governor Ice, like I said, I get some folks that do get butthurt or angry with me, and it always turns into I'm spoiled is basically where they derive to on the talk of it. But people get mad at me for not being more just applauding every move this front office makes. And and I go, look, I'm generally an optimistic guy in my nature. That's just how I normally operate. It's normally how I'd like to be. So this is not me wanting to just hammer the negative nail constantly. It's that walk me through 1 year, $7 million to Geno Smith. And I think even the most ardent supporters of this type of deal are only ardently supporting it because they know it means we're not drafting a quarterback or likely to not draft a quarterback in this given draft, which in itself is still not an indicator that it's a good deal. It's that it's preventing you from making a crappy decision downstream in another place, which isn't the same thing. And when you look at, again, this offseason, as I've talked about, you walked into this offseason with $53 million. What did we get for that $53 million? And would not have it just been better at one point or another to say, look, we're not going to get a lot for this money, so let's take just 15 whole million of it and roll her on over into next year's cap. Not going to compete this year, going to rebuild, but no, they want to tell us they were competing, so they go out and make these signings on short-term deals. They cost a lot of money this year versus that rolling the money over, which to me, might have been a bit of a smarter element to it. There's parts of this I like that I'm not wholly hating on it, Governor, but your point is your point. And that is, it's hard to back a front office sometimes when they're doing silly moves. You need to, at some point or another, need to see intelligent moves being stacked one on the other to then garner the support that some folks are seeking from people like me. Jason Tudor, Brando, what Brando about to get some coal in his stocking. Yeah. I get coral in my stocking, I'm throwing that out the window. And I could, because he's tiny. Trulock's hose. Ugh. Jack Turner, which player at 9 do you think will have the biggest impact day one? Good question. Well, I think Charles Cross as a likely guy to step in would have the most impact because I think he's ready to go and I think he'd be a good player for you. I don't think he's going to take much time to develop. Sauce Gardner is ready to go. He's played a lot of college football. He knows how to play zone. He would run right from the chute. So that would be probably my number 2 as far as like likely guys that you take that are just here they go. Thinking if there's anybody else. Devin Lloyd. Jack. Devin probably beats those 2 guys, Jack, if he's taken at 9 in his impact. Because I think he's a special coverage linebacker and he's every bit as good of a run-stuffing linebacker as Jordan Brooks is. So I think that he also is in that same realm. Now, the impact of a left tackle versus a middle linebacker and a 3-4, maybe a little harder to quantify those two because the left tackle is just so much more of an important position. But those would be my 3 for you. And I think they'd all be pretty equivalent in their impact. Bree says, I'm a Lions fan and I can feel a change is coming our way. You can just feel the energy and excitement. Hey, I'll tell you this, Breeze. I'd like nothing better than to see the Lions start to be good. I don't like to watch long-suffering fan bases. We've been there. I've stayed in that room. It stinks. There was a dead body in there at one time, right? Somebody's been doing drugs on one end of the room. I can still see the outlines of the lines that were done. So I don't ever ask a fandom to be stuck in purgatory, especially when it's not the fandom's fault. And I'm hopeful for you guys. But Kneecap Campbell for me is might be almost a no-go. I don't know if the chew glass spitfire coaching type anymore has as much a lane in the NFL. But he kept them playing pretty strong throughout all last year. You got to give him that. And they didn't quit on him, it didn't seem like. Even that game we played against them, he had that team rolling and going. I want to see the Lions do is build that offensive lineup. They've already started. You got the center. You got the tackles in place. Go get a guard. Yeah, get a couple guards. Like, just make it. You want to be the kneecap chewing team. That's the way you do it. Larry, how much they pay Geno? Larry says, Brandon, who's better, Geno or Baker? Baker. Baker's better. And they're paying $4.5 million to Geno. Shade Apex, do you take Ritter with our second round pick? No, I wouldn't take Ritter. He's my QB1 in this draft, but I would wait to take a quarterback into next year's draft. I think you'll get a much more talented, probably a much more polished player waiting to next year's draft. Having 2 Jasons in the chat is super distracting. Oh, fuck. Not for sale says, I'd be surprised if the Broncos win 8 games. I've said that. I don't think they've got an easy road next year, not for sale. Everybody's given them the benefit of the doubt. And I think they've got to deal with their pass protection problems that have been going on for a couple of years now, especially for a quarterback that does like to hold the ball for a long time. And they've got a tough schedule. AFC West is the toughest division in football, and they've got to go to the NFC West and play 4 games against us through the NFC West. I think it's gonna be a rough road for them. No guarantees that they're going to even be in the playoffs. King says also thoughts on the possibility of us trading to 5 if the Jets don't take Sauce. If the Jets don't take Sauce to take Sauce. I love how you worded that, man. I don't think that John Schneider trades up. Again, you can take the baseline of 10 years of data here. Many other fan bases don't have this kind of data to operate off of. You're lucky if your general manager lasts 3 years. We've had one that's lasted 10, 11 years here. So you have a lot of data to go off of there within that. And in those 11 years, you've not had one time that you have traded up in the first round. They've traded up in the second. They've traded up, I think, in the third round, in all the other rounds, but never in the first round. This to me is an indicator that they don't see the value in doing so. And this is also backed up by the prevalence that John Schneider has had in the past of doing what? Trading back. That's been more of what he's leaned into wanting to do. He's not a trade ahead. He wants to go backwards. So not only has he never done it, but it also means it's going to rob him of that thing that he wants most, which is more bites at the bobbing apple rather than less bites. UD2K, Schneider has to go as well. He's just not as much to blame as Pete. It's not a matter of Russ being perfect, but goes to who in the last 6 seasons has been great at their jobs. Of the 3, only Russ has. Not a bad point, Huey. It's not a bad point at all. Understandable to look at that way. I sure would like to be able to have a background understanding of the decision making recently, Huey, and how much power Carroll's wielded over the picks, over the signings, over the trades. VF, I'd be very surprised if the Seahawks don't draft a quarterback at any point in the draft. Don't draft a quarterback. I don't know, VF, are they going to carry 3 quarterbacks on the active roster? I mean, maybe. But the only way I can see them doing that is if they look at the situation and say, these guys are only under 1-year deals and we need to have a guy that's going to be here beyond this year moving forward, which is possible. But I think it's more of an indication in bringing in Geno Smith that you're probably not going with quarterback in the draft. VF says, Carroll remains hopeful that the Seahawks will re-sign Geno Smith, but said adding a 4th quarterback, even if that happens, will be important. I don't doubt that he may have said it, VF. That's funny, though, if he said that. I guess it's strength in numbers. Is that what we got with that? Reed says the Seahawks have so much draft capital. If they hit on more draft picks, then they can speed their rebuild faster. Exactly. Roy Frolic says, a couple months back, I asked what you thought of Ritter. You said you'd check him out. Guess you did. I did, Roy, yeah. It was a great suggestion on your part, man. And it's been pretty, almost Roy from the second I started watching him, he became my quarterback 1. And it's as hard on this thing to put it towards a skill attribute deal and saying, oh, well, it's this, he's got this special skill and that special skill, and it's this, or refinement, he's the most polished quarterback in this draft. Now his ball accuracy wanes at times. His delivery is a little wonky and is going to need correcting. I can't say that either. But there's just something in watching the game and how he plays the quarterback position and his command of it. And that's what you need from the quarterback position, is them commanding the position, not to play perfectly, not to play flawlessly. Be great if you can get those things, but to have the thing that they can control, which is command. Command in the pocket, command at the line of scrimmage, command in where in the plan of attack you have, pre-play to post-play. And those elements of his game stood out to me versus some of the other quarterbacks in this draft. He is my QB1, though he does remain for me, Roy, a second-round guy for me. Integrity, we're going to win with 2 backup quarterbacks, typical Seahawks. Strength in numbers. Adrian Bustamante, if you had your choice at 9 between Sauce, Thibodeau, and Jermaine, who do you choose? Adrian, I would go with Thibodeau, because I think that we're still going to play so much zone, and I think that even having an impactful corner like Sauce in a zone-based system does have only so much return to it, so to speak. So whereas to me there's a lot more of sky the limit stuff with Thibodeau, and that's playing and play out. That guy's coming off the edge. Spider Niner, do you guys want Debo? Why don't you guys pay that man? Why don't you pay him? Keldon, what you Niner fans need to get together with your checkbooks and pay this guy. Come on. He was Superman for you. He was your Mr. Everything. No Raheem Mostert. Trey Sermon wasn't nothing out of the second round. Elijah Mitchell getting wore out. Who do you call? Debo. Just pay him, Just give him like 27 and a half, 4-year deal, bonus the hell out of that thing. Come on, why are you trying to offload? Don't use him up and then throw him to the trash, still half eaten with your bite marks all over it. Pay the man. Show him that respect. We're about to do the same for our DK. If we can do it for DK, you can do it for Debo. I mean, sure, I know. You just gave record-setting contracts to Trent Williams, and George Kittle's making a god-awful amount. And oh my God, Jesus. You still got to sign Nick Bosa. And let's face it, Spider Niner, we know he's going to want more than his brother. God. $28.5 million for Debo. $28 million for Bosa. $23 million for Trent Williams. What? Carry the 2 with the 4. I don't know what to tell you, man. Stay strong. Sam Z says, what's up with the 4-3-4 stuff? Sam Z, we're going to be sliding into more 3-4 stuff this year. We're taking on the Vic Fangio 3-4 under scheme, whatever you want to call it. So you're going to get more of your guys standing up on the edges. Sam Z, who is our strong side linebacker in 2016? That's going back for me, buddy. I don't know at that point because Bruce Irvin was gone. KJ was still playing the will. That was before Mingo was here. I honestly couldn't tell you. That's going back for me. Spider Niner says Debo is not a team player. He wants off the 49ers, even though the 49ers made him a star. Why'd you pay him? He's earned his money, man. He hasn't even been paid yet. He ain't got one contract yet. You would trade DK for Debo? Oh my God. Debo's got like a shelf life of like 3 more years, and then he's breaking down. DK might last a good another 10 years. Jose Luis Sahagon says, Drew is going to lock it down, baby. Let's go, Hawks. Drew Locks Hose. Seahawks can get a Debo-like player in the draft. Can't get a DK-like player. Well said, man. Thank you. Well said. U2K says Seahawks are not signing DK to a big-time contract. It's just not in their DNA. Sam Z, Trevor Penning at 9. It's a possibility, but it's a little early for me on him. Honestly, he should really go a lot later. I hope Seattle doesn't make that pick with him. Him going to the Ravens, I think, at like 14 or something seems more right. Alexander Wheeler says, apparently a lot of teams have Ritter in the first round on their big boards. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, I'm sure they'd have him as like late first round. And again, there's... How do NFL teams measure the 5th-year option for a quarterback, especially a quarterback that might need a year to develop, or you might have them waiting a year before you bring them out, and then you've got 4 years of them on that rookie deal. That may prove to be enticing enough to vault a guy up or put them up a little bit higher on their board, just almost on that basis alone, even if they just have second-round value on the player. Spider Niner says Rebel has never been a true wide receiver, and when he's short. He's short and not good hands. The only thing he has is yak ability. But what yak ability he has. Shade Apex, do you prefer us taking a corner, edge, or O-line with the 9th pick? Shade Apex, currently O-line would be my pick. I wouldn't reach for it. I wouldn't go for Trevor Penning just because the first 3 tackles are off the board. Then I would go towards edge. But then if the top edge guys are off the board and I've got Stingley or Sauce there, then I would go I would sort of have like, if this, but that, if that, but this, if this, but that. So one thing would draw me to the other. So if you have Dwayne, like Shade, you signed Dwayne Brown at the start of the draft, now I'd probably lean back to edge. All the edge guys, Thibodeau's gone, Walker's gone, Hutchinson's gone, Jermaine Johnson's gone. Okay, I'll go to one of the 2 corners. Seahawks, Seattle Supersonic, boom shakalaka. Basically, what's up, Matt? Good to see you. Basically, we spent draft picks on Adams just to trade Russ to get draft picks back. Genius. Next level genius. Next level. We got a little more back for Russ than we gave up for Adams, but it's not far. I'll give you that. U2K, Seahawks will pay DK $28 million. I think 25 gets it done. I still think that gets it done. Paul Susia, do you think the Chiefs and Packers will make the most of the trade draft picks? I do. I think that they both have different needs that they're trying to lock in on, and I think that they're going to be in a position to address both of those two needs. In the Packers' case, they need wide receivers. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if both of those two first picks are wide receiver. And then Kansas City needs some edge rush help. So there's a bunch of edge rushers that's appropriate value there at the end of the first round that could go. Maybe there's a guy that even slides or falls through the first round that's very enticing for them. So they'll be able to address that. Not to mention they can take a look at corner, I think, which they need help at. There's a lot of options for there where they're sitting. They're not going to be drawn into a desperate scenario, even though they are picking in the back of that first round. They'll be good with it. They'll be good. Chris Nape says the NFL needs to restructure the salary cap or scrap it. If you can't afford to pay a player his second contract, there is something wrong. I agree. Yeah. The amount of money they're making, the NFL owners should not be crying. You know, they have non-guaranteed contracts, number one. So the owners should just be shutting their mouth on this stuff. And then number two, the shortness of a player's lifespan in football versus other sports, like, pay him. Spider hopes his Niners trade Debo to the Jets. I do too. Then the Jets won't trade for DK. Jason McHugh or Tyler Ott, 3 years, $24 million to snap 10 balls a game seriously equals overpaid. Jason, that's just me having fun with my scroll on the bottom. So Tyler Ott did not sign a 3-year, $24 million deal. I just thought it would be funny. on the news of Geno Smith signing, I just was like, I'm writing this in here. I'm not trying to trigger nobody. BF says Marcus Mariota did a 2-year, $18.75. Yeah. I like Mariota way better as a player, though, than I do Geno Smith. But, yeah, it's backup quarterbacks cost money if they're decent. Stoyanov says they will sign DK. He's a young player. I hope they do. Always competes as corner sauce sting. Let's hope someone picks above us a quarterback. Yeah, let's hope, man. I'm with you on that. Let's hope somebody does some. We need the Panthers to take Pickett just to clear everything up nice and easy for us at number 9. They take Pickett and everything's really nice and buttery at number 9. Spider Niner says Ayuk is a far better receiver than Debo. I don't know, man. Debo's been better at least out the gate, but Ayuk's got to get out of Shanahan's doghouse first. Larry says pay Baker 18. I'll be okay with it. Yeah, we don't have $18 million to spend anymore, man. We're down to like $2 million of workable cap space. Adrian says, what offer would you bite in order to be happy with trading down from the 9 pick? If I'm backing out, Adrian, if I'm moving 4 spots or less, I want a 3rd round pick. If I'm moving 5 spots or more, I'm going to probably be wanting a 2nd round pick. I mean, my ideal with it is you trade back to like 15-ish or so. You drop 6 spots. You pick up a late 2nd round pick maybe. Or drop to, somebody said 20. 2nd round pick then also I would take at that point. But it would probably, I'm really lasering in. I want a 2nd round pick to move back. UGK says Seattle won't resign DK's asking price will be 28 to 30 million. Seattle ain't going to do that. Yeah, I don't think that they signed to 28 to 30 million either, Yui, but as I've maintained in the past shows, I don't think it's going to cost 28 to 30 million to sign DK Metcalf. Seattle has controllable leverage in this situation where outside of DK launching some sort of nuclear scenario, which even then might not work, they could pay him 3 years at $50 million by their leverage that they own on him over the next 3 years. So DK wants a 4-year, $30 million deal, a 4-year, $120 million deal. That's not going to fly, because we can put you on a 3-year 50 if you want to be that hard line about it. I think that does draw the negotiations to a common ground at that point. Stoyan says, I agree we can take Baker for 1 season and see what he does, then draft. He sucks. DK will stay even for 32 in my opinion, because he's young and he hasn't reached his peak yet. Yeah, we can't afford Baker anymore, man. I know, Larry, I know you want Baker Mayfield, but it ain't happening. You can't afford him at this point. You don't have the cap space. You couldn't even clear the cap space right now with players that you could release off the roster to do so. There's no money left for Baker Mayfield. Jess Roberts says they can draft a quarterback. In fact, I expect them to. They very well could still. I think it's a slight indicator that they won't, but it doesn't guarantee it. Always compete. If you have time today, can you talk about Tanner Connor, wide receiver? He's a local kid from Kent. He looks like a late-round keeper, speed and power. I haven't looked at him, man, so I will. I'll take a look at him for sure. He's on my list. I will poke around on it. So, but I haven't taken a look at him quite yet, man. I'm just starting to get to some of the late-round guys here. I'm about late 4th, 5th round range of my prospect viewing. Kelton says Ayuk's biggest problem is a lot of his routes are to places that Jimmy won't throw. That makes sense, Kelton. Won't throw and can't throw, I would say as well. Spider says, yes, I do, and that's why I say that, because number 10 throws short passes, which Debo is good at, and at times he has thrown some longer passes. He drops it. Always give me, have you looked at the lefty kicker from San Diego State? He's a punter and a kicker. I love Dixon, but his kicks and punt. But this kid kicks and punts and has some crazy English on his punts. He is worth a look. I'll take a look at him, man. Just the State kicker. Look him up. See what we got with him. Noah says, the Hawks Nest, do you like how the cap can be manipulated? The Rams Saints are doing highway robbery this year after year, and paying the price later never hits because they release the players. I do actually, yeah. I do. I got a lot of sympathy for football players in the respect, like I was saying a moment ago. These are guys that play on shorter careers. These are guys that deal with way more injury situations than other sports, and it's harder for them to get their money in addition to all that. So, if you've got a way for those guys to start getting a little bit more money at times, then fine. And frankly, if, I want to be aggressive as a front office and I can manipulate the rules to do so, so be it. So be it. I don't got a problem with that. And Randall, I just saw your super chat, man. Thank you so much. So I don't have an issue with that, but, it rewards aggressiveness. And right now the modern sports is rewarding those teams that play that way. We've not been particularly aggressive in recent years. And this is one of the reasons that we're sitting where we're sitting, in my opinion. There's other reasons in addition to it, but it's one of the reasons. You either be aggressive and go for it, or you sit back and languish. It's really the way it goes. But at the end of the day, it can be manipulated. I reach back to Brendan Nelson was the original one who brought this one up. It's the Matrix thing. You go into the Matrix, it's all like real life, but the rules can be slightly bent. Maybe I can kind of spin around this bullet or run off these walls, but there are still rules involved with the world at hand. And though these teams are manipulating, they are paying a price long term. They're having to work around the limitations of the price of going for it now, and they're doing a bang up job. If anything, it's less of this should be concentrated on the fact that they're manipulating it and more on their ability to work around the manipulation, their ability to not suffer the full burden of the cost of punishment, so to speak. In the Rams case, look at how awesome they've been at drafting later in the draft. You don't get high picks, you better pick really well late. And they have been awesome in picking late recently in that vein of things. And that's more where I lean into it. Let people be aggressive. The cap still's there. The rules can be manipulated. You can bend it. You just can't fully break it. If they could break it, then I'd be different on this, but they can't. And I couldn't change it. No, I'd keep it for the reasons just said, I'd keep it the same on that. Randall McDaniel's coming in hot today on the donos. He's being kind as he ever is, man. I appreciate you, Randall, with a $50 donation. Thank you, Randall. You're awesome, brother. Hope you're doing well. He says, bats are starting to come alive for the young Mariners. Going to the home opener tomorrow. Props to Hawks Nest for the midday driver. Well, thank you, Randall. I really appreciate the donation. Again, one of my true OGs on the channel and perhaps one of the biggest all-time donators on the channel with as much money as you put onto it. So thank you, buddy. I really do appreciate it. Hope you're having a good drive today, riding around. We got a little bit of no sun here, still overcast. You're probably still overcast mid-state too, but at least it's not raining. At least it's not snowing. We've been getting some of that recently. And yeah, the Mariners are coming around, man. People just got to be patient with them, Randall. We got to be patient. The data was showing, and all this analytic data in baseball is awesome, but it showed that they were definitely hitting some balls hard, just hitting them kind of right at people. They were running into some really good fielding by the Indians in the opening series. But give them time, let the weather warm up, let these young boys get more at bats and just get a little bit more, and stop with some of these umpires with some of their calls too. Can we get the robot refs? Like I'm definitely ready for robot umpires on some of these calls. It's like, dear God, what were you looking at, man? But thank you for the $50 donation, Randall. Very kind of you. Randall, also another $5 donation on top of that. Appreciate you, buddy. He says, I bet Schneider listens to Dave Ramsey, the conservative financial guy. Don't live beyond your means. I can't. I've had him on the dial, or I've heard him a few times when I'm spinning through the dial driving around, Randall. I can't take the Ramsey guy. I don't understand the draw on that dude. But I wouldn't be surprised. They've definitely. I don't know. Part of me wonders, Randall, if it's a little bit of a mandate situation. Did Jody Allen come through and tell him not to spend big anymore, or to stay on shorter term contracts until potentially the sale of the team comes down within a couple of years? I don't know that it's that way for sure. I'm guessing here, but it is really odd to see how tight they have kind of become with giving out contracts. I mean, they just Tyler Lockett last year, Quandre Diggs. Other than that, though, it's pretty few and far between. A lot of 1 and 2 year deals, a lot of low end deal contracts, bargain basement shopping. I don't know, Randall. Does Dave say buy 10 depressed assets and one of them will hit, and that one hit will make all the other 10 buys worth it? Is that part of the Ramsey way? Oh, thank you for all your donations, Randall, man. I appreciate you. Charles Riley with a $5 dono. Thank you, Charles. This is Brando. You hear that astronaut's claim that his wang grew 2 inches while in space? I sense incredible achievements in space travel in the very near future. Oh my God, can you imagine that would be just like the human race, Charles. And that was when humanity was driven to truly dive into the final frontier of space, when men learned that it would increase their wang size. Yes, sir. Until then, it was a passing fancy, you could say. A little, if we could get around to it once we solve this whole climate thing down here. But then it just took that one astronaut saying, yeah, I make the ladies a little more happier now. And that drove the budget, if you know what I'm saying. The year after it was learned, 1 trillion alone added to the space program. The year after, 10 trillion. The president saying, we must lift off in a variety of different manners to push mankind forward. To harder ends. Oh, goodness. Thank you for the donation, though. Brian Myers, Debo is worth far more than Ayuk if you're looking to move for any draft capital. It's true. It's true. His value is much further higher up at this point. Brandon B. What's up, Brandon? I'm honestly thinking about trading back with the Saints, giving them 9 overall and giving us 16 and 19 overall and taking Linderbaum and Devin Lloyd. Brandon, I'm all over that all day. You're probably going to, somebody mentioned this above, you're probably going to have to package in your second round pick to do that. So you're going to do 9 in the second round pick to get back 16 and 19. Let me know if you're willing to do that, Brandon. But that would be your more probably closer to what you're looking at doing. But I'm okay with it. I could sign off with it. Ryan Wilson, Debo's an animal. He makes any quarterback better because he can get you first downs, and provides any quarterback with assurance, even if he's not the first or second read. Agreed. I'm not off on this Debo talk. I'm in on Debo. I think he's a sensational receiver. He's the modern receiver of what you need. I think 49ers got so caught up in his magic last year, they had him in the backfield. They needed to. They were trying to win the Super Bowl, but you really shouldn't have him in the backfield as a running back. Utilize him as that gadget receiver on the in-between game. So often, Spider Niners, just let me say this a little bit on this, and I see this with my own fans here in the channel at times with DK. You can have a fantastic young player, and you sometimes will have times you may get a little caught up too much on what he can't do, as opposed to truly marveling at how great in what he does do. And while I don't think that Deebo Samuel is going to last till 30 years old at the same type of level, I do think you got another 5 years of this, 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that neighborhood, which on a contract extension would be still decent value. I know you don't want to pay $25 million a year, but I don't know, man. He helps make that Niner offense go. His pre-snap motion, those linebackers got to lock in on him, which then frees up a lot of what you guys do in the running game. I would pay him if I was you guys. I would. I'd use up all your cap space if I was you Niner guys. I'd just spend all that money up. But also, I think the thing to consider with this Debo thing is beyond what he would return as far as trade value to San Francisco, knowing San Francisco doesn't have a first-round pick this year. Beyond the fact they don't want to spend the money here, it's really probably the Bosa contract that's the biggest problem. Because between Bosa, Williams, and him, that's $80 million you're spending on 3 players, cap hit wise, and that might be just a little bit too wonk. Stoyan says we should just tank next season for a top 3 pick. If not, 1, because I don't see us winning anything next season, and might as well do that if we don't get a good quarterback this season. It only makes sense. Agreed. Yeah, Stoyan agreed. I would love to see them just go with a rebuild, embrace. I don't think the team will go full on tank suck mode, but that'd be the good way to go to set yourself up in good position, in my opinion. I don't think this team's going to compete and not accomplish a whole lot, no matter what other extra little final moves they've got to this roster to be done at this point. Sam Z says maybe that's Iowa center at 9. It'd be a little early for him, Sam, but again, he's a very safe player, and I can't hate the pick. I wouldn't hate the pick. Brian says strong feelings the Hawks don't pick quarterback in the first 3 rounds. Me too. I think this pushes them away from that. Daniel W. says, you missed my joke earlier when I said the benefits of re-signing Geno is a top 5 pick for a quarterback next year. You went full draft analysis. Yeah, I didn't like the quarterbacks this year, but main point, Geno was bad, laughing out loud. That's true. I'm sorry, Daniel. Yeah, I did miss that one. But yes, it does mean that. Although I think Drew Lock ends up probably getting the start over Geno. I think he wins out over Geno at the end of the day. Maybe not. Maybe they just love Geno that much. Brian says, never tank. Never tank. Don't you dare do it. Poop Dogs says, sorry, Baker. Seattle doesn't want you either. Exactly, man. We're good here, too. Noah says, if you F up or don't get a top 5 to 10 pick next year, you won't get a really good quarterback, so the tactical component gets into it as well. Agreed, Noah. I'm already worried a little bit in their signings of having already accomplished this adversely towards our goal next year of getting up into the top of the draft. We know there's probably 3 quarterbacks that might be taking the top 5 picks next year. Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, and maybe even more beyond that. Maybe it slides around a little bit. But the point being, you got to be in the top 5 to get to those guys. Well, Houston's going to suck again next year, probably a top 3 worst team in the NFL next year. Detroit's going to suck next year, probably a top 3 worst team in the NFL next year. And I think Atlanta has a very good chance to be in that same realm. All 3 of those teams are going to probably be looking at a quarterback. You might end up finding yourself picking 8, 9, 10 in the first round next year and seeing all of the top-end quarterbacks off the board. And then we are in a very large conundrum. Very large conundrum at that point. Brian says, low chance Geno starts this year. Welcome to the Jacob Eason era. What about Drew Lock, Brian? What about Drew? Ryan says, it does not seem like we are going for taller quarterbacks now. I think Waldron wants some slants and shorter passes in the game plan. Maybe. We'll see on that. Ryan says they always want to bring in more draft picks, making them compete and thinking they can coach the bad out of the player. Well said, man. Yeah, that's the part sometimes has driven me crazy in the past. They're too much trading back. I don't mind a little trading back, but they've gone whole hog wild with it in the past. And it seems, to your point, completely made at times just to get yourself more swings at things rather than really locking in on guys that are your guys, that are guys that you've targeted, that you value for your team as a fit. Sco says, sadly, we've missed some heat in the first rounds. We have, yeah. Wardus85, which of the top talents, except quarterbacks, would be your least favorite pick at number 9? Ooh, good question. Okay, so I'm going to answer this question, Wardus, but understand I'm answering the question from I like all picks in the 9 that you take. Like you're not going to grab a guy unless they go really far outside the realm of a possibility. I'm going to basically like anybody that's taken. It could be a Cross, a Thibodeau, a Gardner, a Stingley, even Linderbaum, Lloyd, I wouldn't not like. But I guess Trevor Penning would be the one that I would be the least to like. I small school guy, didn't dominate as much at the competition as I would have liked. Everybody's caught up in his Senior Bowl stuff, but a lot of that stuff was shenanigans. He's throwing guys at quarterbacks' feet. He's playing beyond the whistle he's playing beyond the whistle in Senior Bowl practices and one-on-ones. You go, okay, dude, we get it. I'm just not as much on Penning, and he is a possibility at 9. So that would be one that makes, well, that would annoy me. I wouldn't hate it, just it would be a little annoying. Always compete after the 3 tackles, 3 edge, and 2 corners. Who is your go-to player at 9? 3 tackles, 3 edges, and corners. You guys are making this easy on me, huh? My go-to. I think it would be Johnson. I think it's Jermaine Johnson. Yep. Jermaine Johnson's I'll go with the 4th edge off the board at 9. Which, I look, there's a lot of people who love him even more than I do, and I really like him, so. Jason Stewart, meow. Yeah, cats need some love today. Jason Tepe, you think we actually trade for Baker? If so, what would you give up for him? I don't think we can trade for him at this point, Jason. The Browns would have to eat 3/4 of his contract, and then we would have to release Jason Myers and LJ Collier just to fit him in, even if they did that. There's no possibility at this point that you're bringing Baker Mayfield in. It's just not going to happen. He costs $18 million of guaranteed money. You just signed Geno Smith for what's going to cost our cap this year, $7 million. So you're at $16 million. Take off $7 million of Geno's cap. That takes you down to $9 million. Take $7 million of that $9 million and put it to draft picks. Because your first rounder, your 2 second rounders, third rounder, et cetera, are going to cost a total of this year on the cap $7 million. So now you have collectively $2 million of cap space. Baker costs $18 million in cap. There's just no way that it happens at this point. No way it happens. Not possible. Just not possible. Brian, always compete. Poop Dog, did you see Eason play as a Husky? Good arm, misses targets under pressure. Yeah, the good arm is the only thing with Eason. He's not a processor. He can definitely put it into a tight window. He can throw with amazing velocity. He can throw with a little bit of anticipation, just to a tiny degree. But he is the definitive poster boy. Look up the definition of statue quarterback in the dictionary, and it'll be Jacob Eason smiling with two thumbs posted up. He just can't move in the pocket. And we're reaching an era of the sport where if you can't move in the pocket, you better process like Brady. And even that, I think, is starting to fall away with these older cats getting old. I think the young guys are going to have to be able to move somewhat. And he can't move under pressure. He can't throw off platform. He doesn't process particularly quick. There's just not a lot to his game outside of that. outside of that arm strength. Keldon says, Brandon once said that when the Seahawks have drafted in the top half of the first round, they often hit. You would think they would like to move up. You would, wouldn't you, Keldon? I agree. I agree. And here's the thing, Keldon, that they've recently both, Carroll and Snyder, have both kind of pissed and moaned about having to pick in the 20s and how hard that is. So it's like, well, why wouldn't you? And the answer does lie back into that Snyder values having more picks. He doesn't like having less picks. Drives him crazy, I think. I think last year they probably just about had to lock him up in a broom closet to get him to deal. You know, he loves what he loves, and it doesn't always really work out having the more swings. Keldon says, give Debo all of Jimmy's money. Debo plays tough and has injury trouble. It's risky. It is risky, Keldon, and if this was his third contract we're talking about, if he's even 28 years old right now, I might be more on board with you saying, let it pass, let it lie. But he's just going to go into his prime. Dial back the number of touches on him. Don't forget that too, because Keldon, the part of this is that look at the number of targets and touches that they put on that guy. He's a wide receiver. You know, that's how he should be utilized. And you do got to take a little bit of care with these guys and not overuse them too much. And I think if you went that route, you could get a good another 3 or 4 years of real prime Debo play before he falls back. Ryan Wilson says carry the 2. Keldon, it's not that big of a deal as long as Kyle has a starting quality quarterback. He can make anything work. Agreed. Ryan Wilson, how do you see Barton fitting in this defense? Backup middle linebacker. It's kind of, I think, where his best spot is at, Ryan. I do. He could obviously do a little bit of maybe starting alongside Cody or alongside Jordan in the alongside Jordan Brooks in the 3-4 base. But I think Barton is kind of what he is. Even the people last year that are going to tell you that he had a really great end of the year closing out things last year, kind of. His PFF grade was 60. 60. And that's overall. That's with all of his great special team snaps and all of his great special teams tackles. The data kind of tells you at the end of the day with him is he's a backup player in the NFL. Probably a capable backup, but better than average cap backup, if that's a thing, but a backup nonetheless. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, Thistle was here. I see you creeping up over the side with just your eyes exposed, Thistle. Mega Triumph says, offensive line or Desmond Ritter? Offensive line, Mega. Get the line right before you get the rookie quarterback, or you're going to get the rookie quarterback demolished. Keldon says, McVay needs the LA market to attract stars to be able to compete with Kyle. It's true. Kyle's kind of got him right now, in my opinion. Kyle still has his number. I don't care if they won at the end of the year last year. I think Kyle still is up in his head. Adam's biggest bust in NFL history, says Mega. A draft bust? What bust? He's made an all-pro. It's hard to call a guy a bust if he's made an all-pro, but yeah, it's not been a good trade for us, that's for sure. Jason, you think the Packers draft 2 wide receivers having just signed Sammy Watkins? Yeah. This means all they have right now is two wide receivers on the outside and 2 slot guys on the roster right now. I think that they need to add significantly more, and Sammy Watkins is not exactly a prime time addition at this point. King Bomber says, why are you complaining though? Awesome deal. Getting a long snapper long term. Tyler Ott is obviously the best Tyler on the team. No question. No question. It's a long-term investment, those long snappers, King Bomber, you know? Noah, the Hawks Nest, have you thought about loading up on D and let whoever lower end quarterback wins it get killed while seeing what we have in Stone? While seeing what we have in Stone and Curran. Next year, get blue chip O-liners and see where we are. I don't know why it makes me laugh. Just load up on D and then get the quarterbacks killed. Maybe Noah, this is why Carroll's talking about having 4 quarterbacks on the roster. He knows he's just going to go through them like the first front end line on those World War II, attacks off those battlefields where they're just running straight on into howitzer fire. Yeah, you could see what you got with them. I think the coaching staff already kind of knows what they've got with them, Noah, and where those guys are at. I also don't think that it's ever a bad idea to invest in the offensive line, even if you have guys that you think could marginally get the job done. And I think with Stone and Jake, you are looking at their top end, their best of their best being guys that get it marginally done. Let's get some impact at the position. And it's hard to find impact at that position. It's oftentimes when you're picking later in the draft or into this, deep in the first round or whatnot, you're not able to get those guys. I'd also like to have those first round picks and the collection of picks next year, Noah, kept aside as sort of a war chest to be able to then offer to a proverbial team to move up in the draft to go get the quarterback we might target in next year's draft. So I have a lot of reasons behind this, as well as I think, Noah, before you go and get your quarterback of the future, you got to first get the offensive line in place. So in your scenario, you're still kind of not doing that if we went that route with it. And I think that that's an important part with adding your franchise quarterback of the future and hoping not only for long-term success and development with that quarterback, but also getting instantaneous success. And that's what we're talking about with these next quarterbacks we bring in. The next quarterback we bring in is working off of the rookie blueprint, the rookie blueprint model, which sees you having that rookie quarterback show some success, not be a game changer, not be a game breaker, but some success early on. And that, in my opinion, only gets done if you're investing in the offensive line. Ask UE2K about Seahawks and how they invested in the offensive line for Russell and how much money they were spending on him when he first walked in the door, how much talent they had put on that side of the ball when he first came in. I think you got to look to do the same thing on the next quarterback. Jason says, oh, thank you. Odd isn't that important. Good joke. You got me. I got to keep it light somewhere, Jason. You know what I mean? I got to keep it light somewhere. Jack Kenna says, again, Seahawks fans, support this great content and hit those likes. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, man. By the way, always nice to have a good Raider fan in the chat. We like our diverse fans in here, especially some old AFC West foes coming on in. Noah says, yeah, Adams is legit, just criminally misused in Seattle. It's sad, actually, and injury prone because he leaves it all out on the field. Well said, Noah. Very well said. Agreed. King Bomber, I could see us going to 13 to Houston for them to take Hamilton at 9 to jump the Commanders. I could too. That makes sense. That make a lot of sense. They lost Justin Reed this offseason to the Chiefs, so they have a need at the safety position big time right now. And Hamilton could be a building block guy for them. And that's going to put, you're going to pick, I think, about a third-round pick back up. But the good news is it's a high third-round pick, right? Because you're getting Houston's first third-round pick, I think, which would be like top 5 third-round pick. Sam Z, what would you trade the Giants for the 5th? I wouldn't trade up in the draft, Sam. I don't want to give up to move from 9 to 5, you're going to probably have to give up a second-round pick, maybe 2 third-round picks or something, a third-round pick this year and a third-round pick next year. I wouldn't want to do that. Jeffrey says, our coaching scheme is so bad, evaluating any players on a roster is impossible. Tobias Larson. What's up, Tobias? Good to see you, man. How you doing? He says, well, if it isn't the great Brandini. The OGs are still here spreading the word of the channel throughout the universe, and now the draft is coming up. It feels like Christmas again. It does. OGs are in the channel. We're getting hyped up on prospects, Tobias. I got my Santa's cap on. I'm just going to get the beard on here soon, We'll be just, I'm going through it all. So submit me your wish lists. Santa will be dropping those players through the chimney right quick. But thank you, Tobias. Appreciate you. It's good to see you in the chat, man. Got my OGs in here. That brings a smile to my face. Ryan Wilson, it's because Pete just wants athletic players and tries to force them into the system. Agreed. I think sometimes they don't lock in on guys and have an actual fit there. They're like, we'll just bang them on in and force them in, and we'll jam it in there and we'll push it in there and just make it work. Sometimes that doesn't work. You got to find guys that just fit from the jump to what you're trying to do. King Bomber ideal trade for Baker's a 2025 7th round pick. Baker's full contract. Browns pay full contract. I'll be okay with that. I'm fine with that. Nagasa says, thank God for no money for Baker. Baked field. Yeah, thank God now, Nagasa. We got our guy in the chat trying to make it happen, but yeah. Jeffrey says Pete's scheme only worked when he had more talented players than everyone else. That is the only time it's worked at its best, that's for sure. Since then, it's not been the same. Ryan says, which player are we going to draft and change their position this year? Ooh, good question. We'll probably take Devin Lloyd at number 9 and then move him into the will from the middle, like we did with Jordan, only at a much higher spot. We'll take Kyle Hamilton, who should be a strong safety, and probably put him in a will or a slot corner role. There's your other possibility. There's the possibility you take Tyler Linderbaum and you move him to left guard, and then you move Lewis back to right guard. I could do this all day. It's an endless amount of options with that, Jeffrey. Endless. Tobias says, my question for you, Brando, is, do we agree that all the players we draft from the first and second round this year have to have an impact role on this team this year? No more redshirting second round. Yes. In general, Tobias, I think I'm maybe a little more less in that role of things, Tobias, this year. And the reason being is that I don't think that we're competing as a team next year. Like, let's say our first 3 picks come in and they're all 3 starters, which would be of impact. If you have 3 guys, your first 3 picks all come in and can be decent starters. I think you could add 3 starters to this team and it pushes up your projected win total from 6 to 8. I just don't think that they come in and do much in having that impact. So that, to me, Tobias, opens more up of the opening of getting more of a developmental guy, because I know this is more about a move for a year from now, 2 years from now, when I really will be competing. And if I can get a much higher end guy with much higher level of ceiling versus the higher floor guy to get the impact, which is the decision you'd have to make there, Tobias, I'm going to go more ceiling right now. I'd be in your lane if we were more in a competing mode of things. If we were more of, we're really in this. We got a chance to go and get to a Super Bowl, but we're just not. We're not. Randall says, bipolar weather in central Washington. I've had snow, hail, rain, wind, and blue skies. Yeah, it's been the same way over here. This spring's driving me crazy, Randall. We're so ready for summer right here, or just a little bit of sunshine, and we're down to freezing temperatures. It's been a weird spring. Tobias says the draft is overall a failure. If we draft players this year in the first or second round that doesn't get to play a meaningful amount of snaps, can we then agree the draft has been a failure? Well, again, too, Tobias, I would agree with you that as any previous years we're talking about. Last year, the year before, 2 years back, you had Russell Wilson on the roster. You were in go-forward mode, drafting guys that were developmental, taking a guy like Darrell Taylor, who just had a rod taken out of his leg and was not going to be back to 100%. And you had a coaching staff that was trying to count on him giving you a lot of pass rush as a rookie, as he's coming off that broad surgery. That was a silly pick. That's a pick that speaks more to a draft failure from that particular draft. But I don't know if I'd do that for this draft, Tobias. If it's long-term that way, yes. But for just 1 year, we don't get as much from all 3 of these guys. I won't be as much there if it's at the expense of for a guy that's got the higher ceiling, higher potential. If it's for that, just because we're in a talent stacking stage of things. We're not in a competing stage of things. Randall says, let's draft a kicker in round 5. Why not, Randall? Why not? Let's get the best one. It worked with Dixon, man. Especially if we're spending $4 million on a kicker right now. Demerit Jr. says, drop some, get an extra second round pick. I'm thinking Jordan Davis, space eater, then Adams can eat. I like it, Demerit. I'll be with it. You know it. Mark Habercorn, I wonder if they even dropped a quarterback this year now, as you don't need a 4th, but I agree with Brendan on Strong. I think he could be that pick like Russ that was a 3rd round, but yeah, very good. Hit like and subscribe. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you mentioning that. And do please hit that like button if you like what you're listening to now, or even if you're listening on replay. Hit that like button for me. It helps me out a ton. I think, Mark, this does indicate with the signing of Geno at this point, you're probably not going for quarterback early on. But I'm with Brendan on that as well. Carson Strong works perfectly fine for me in the 3rd if they go that direction. I like his game, and especially now understanding a little bit of his knee situation and what was going on there this year with him, why it sometimes still looks a little dodgy on tape as you watched it this past year. Completely understandable. Should be able to get back from that 100% based on what we're hearing on that knee, or at least close to. Third round's not a ton of capital to give up for a quarterback, especially for the returns, as we saw to your point on Russell's returns, or if you have a quarterback now playing at a decent level on that third round rookie quarterback contract, that's taking up like 0.55% of your salary cap space. So you have a lot of money to go out there and spend in other areas. Well said, Mark. Charles, missing a little bit of, behind your chat on this one. Charles with a $5 donation says, whoever drafts Kenny Pickett will send him into orbit for a month in the hopes his hand size increases before camp. Well, then the joke will be on them though, Charles, right? Because then he just comes in with a big wang and still tiny hands. Maybe he'll get, I've heard like leg extension surgery is coming pretty far now, Charles. Maybe he goes for the leg, maybe is finger lengthening surgery a thing now? Can they do that now? I feel like somebody's going to do that at some point. If they got the legs going, then why not the fingers? But yeah, I guess so, Charles. Baby hands Pickett's going to have to do something. The gloves will only take him so far. Noah says, IMO, if a 1A wide receiver gets around 25 to 30 million and DK is a 2A to a 1B wide receiver with upside, I would say around 20 to 22 million per year would be fair. That would be a fine number for me. I think it pushes up to 25 is what gets the deal done when it's all said and done. But I'd be okay with spending that. Alexander says, kicker from LSU seems interesting. Think his name is Cade York. Well, I am going to scout kickers this year because I'm interested to see if Seattle does look at this as an option. So I'll take a look at Alexander. I'll take a peek there at Cade. Jason, pretty sunny up here in Victoria. Hope it gets down there soon. Me too, man. It's freezing down here. I'm freaking freezing. It's cold as hell. Get me a blanket. Get me a blanket. Jeffrey Thistle says, analytics stole the soul of baseball. BTW, you still need stars to win a World Series. I agree. I mean, analytics have smartened things up to a degree that's insane in the sport, but it has also in many ways, to your point, I agree. It's robbed it of the soul a little bit as well. It definitely has. And the game's going to have to find its way through this weird time where it's definitely not always the most exciting thing to watch. Strikeouts and home runs and not a lot else. And walks. A lot of walks. Charles Brando, I'm all in on robo-umps as well. Last Friday's game was particularly terrible. Yeah, it's the sport that most lends itself well to having automated umps. I don't know that you could pull this off in football, but baseball, you can literally laser focus in on the sight lines of it and do it. You can have it adjusted player by player because you got to get the height as long as the width. If you got a player that's a little taller, a little shorter, it's be so easy to do. It's such a no-brainer. If there's a place you can remove, ump error, ref error, whatever you want to call it, do it. And this is a place that you can do it on. It's only a matter of time at this point, in my opinion. But some of those calls, especially on those young hitters, Charles, you got these young guys like Julio and Kelnick that are really struggling to find their way. They need a break. They're working the count, and here comes the money offering, and it's way outside or nowhere near, and just a horrible call. Jeffrey Thistle says American politicians will be lining up to go to space. Especially the creepy old guys who are way too active in that element of things. You know what I mean? Bo, hello. Says, take me to space now. So I'm saying, man, this is gonna drive everything. We're gonna have a colony on Mars just so dudes can get their Johnsons a couple inches longer. Was it the hope for the human race that drove space journey? No. Was it mankind's need to just learn about what is out there? No. What was it? He just wanted to satisfy his lady a little bit better. Jeffrey says, thankfully my hog is plenty big and I'm afraid of heights. Charles says, Jeffrey, congrats. Oh my God. Noah, if the Rams like offense still hasn't, if the Rams like offense still isn't working properly this year, do you guys have concerns we could begin a coaching coordinator carousel? Or while in rebuild, would you let it slide and wait? I mean, unless it's completely falling on its face, I would tend to want to lean to let it keep going, Noah. I don't know if you can make any true determinations about an offensive coordinator until you've at least given him a decent quarterback to make his scheme work. And with Russell Wilson's skill set being one that's not exactly fits all that closely to Russell Wilson's skill set and what he does well, and being that you have a couple of basically guys here right now, I think you got to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt to give him a chance to really have somebody that can let his scheme really, really fly. King Bomber says, I'm going to cheer for the Seahawks for the first 5 games if they have a winning record. Then I'll cheer for them for the rest of the season. If they have a losing record, I'll cheer for the team they're playing against so we can get a better draft pick. Very pragmatic of you, King Bomber. Alexander, a bunch of teams have Linderbaum in the second round or their big boards for whatever reason. I think it's recently the testing numbers on this you didn't have to go off of because you didn't go to the combine, but now we have the testing numbers. I'll put it up over here on my right shoulder. Linderbaum did a 4.98 40, 4.38 shuttle, 32.5 vertical leap, 9.25 broad jump, 7.14 three cone, and 24 bench press. So a lot of these numbers are up in the 90 percentile for centers that he posted up. So we can officially at this point remove any of the worry with him about strength, about mobility stuff that you see on tape, which is all upper level. That stuff showed up. That stuff is there. It shouldn't be of any concern at this point with Tyler Linderbaum. Maybe the arm length thing, but again, with centers, the arm length thing isn't as big as it is with the offensive tackles or guard situation. So he goes in the first round to me still at this point now. Hawk fan, I really want Travis Jones in the second. He could be a dominant nose tackle in the league. Agreed. He's a dog, man. I love his game. Love his game. Deadly Content, is Clemons a fit in Seattle? Yeah, he is. Big edge rusher, real long arms. He's rough. He's got a lot to his game to round out, but I do see him as a 4th-round talent just because he is so explosive and he has such unusual physical traits. Bryson 71089, do we use our first-round pick on edge rusher or offensive line? I'll give you edge rusher. I would probably lean to wanting offensive line, but I think the lineman will be gone and it'll be the best guy on their board will be an edge rusher instead. So it'll probably would drive them instead to edge rusher over that. I'd be happy with both, Bryson, to be honest with you. Bo Hello says, Geno is our next holy savior. He's been sent from heaven and will take up the Super Bowl without a doubt. Will take us to the Super Bowl without a doubt. Well, I love your confidence, man. Brandon B says, I'd be okay with giving the Saints a second rounder for that trade back because I know we would be getting 2 blue chip players. Fair enough, man. I'd be good with it too, Brandon. I'd be good with it too, to your point. You'd be getting 2 of the safer first round guys in this draft. Those are 2 guys that you bring in and almost, the bust factor on them is almost non-existent to me. So I could do nothing but applaud it. Like I said, we're at the point of needing to stack talent. And if I can stack sure talent, I'm stacking guys that I know are better than above average, and they're going to be so right from the jump, right from their beginning moments as a rookie. Where do I sign? Where do I sign? Charles Riley says, hit the like button, folks. Thank you, Charles. Alexander didn't really consider which teams might be rating him low, but it's probably all the power blocking scheme teams. I could see them doing that, Alexander. I could see him not being a fit for everybody, but there'll be a zone team in the first that's falls in love with them, I'm sure of it. King Bomber says, I'd argue that David Mills was the best rookie quarterback last year. Hard to believe that Houston is still at the bottom if they hit on both their first 2 picks. Better than Mac Jones? You could talk me into him being better than Fields or Lawrence or Wilson. Obviously Lance. But I think Mac got him. But no, he was okay. He was okay. I don't think he lit the world on fire, though, either on the other side of it. He was just all right. King Bomber says Trevor Penning is hard to believe. Seattle taking O-line in the top 10 is hard to get convinced. On to start. And reaching for Penning, I highly doubt it. I hope not, King Bomber. I do hope not. I don't think it looks likely to me either. I don't think they would do that, but you never know. They're a dodgy bunch, them up there at the top. Jack Kenna says, I want to thank our host for letting me in your Hawks chat and TV Hawks fans. Salute to the mods and Noah. Oh, thanks, Jack. You have a great day. And Jack, welcome anytime. As I say to opposing fans and all that, I've got a respectful chat here. Obviously, if you bring out your guns, they'll bring out their guns. But if everybody keeps it respectful and just want to have some good football chat, that's what we're all really here to do. So we're happy to do so. Happy to have you here, and it's great. Thank you for jumping in, man. Appreciate you. And Noah Melky, thank you for subscribing, man. You're awesome. Paul says, could you talk about the last 10 years first-round quarterback bust versus Pro Bowl quarterbacks? Yeah, Paul, I mean, in general, your hit rate hasn't been phenomenal in this element, right? You're looking, I think, about, if you want to talk about Pro Bowl quarterback, you're probably sitting at like 20% of first-round quarterbacks that are taken. Some of this, though, Paul, also has to do, though, with, of the last 10 years, how many quarterbacks have then been taken in the back end of the first round who were not really first-round talents, but were taken in the back in the first round because of the fifth-year option that you do not get if they're taken in the second round. Take a guy like Teddy Bridgewater, who was taken number 32 in the first round. That selection was made by the Vikings specifically for that first-round option on it. So that's got to factor into it as well. I think maybe the more clear-cut question asked on this is top 10. In the last 10 years of the top 10 quarterbacks taken, what's the hit rate on that? What's the Pro Bowl rate on that? And again, I think it's better than at the 20% first-round mark I gave you. It's probably more about 35% at that point. But it's still, the point being at this point is that it's still not like even 50-50. It's still, you're going to miss more often than you're going to hit in those first picks. You might get a hit with a guy like Deshaun Watson, but for every Deshaun Watson, you're going to get a Mitchell Trubisky, a Baker Mayfield, Jameson Winston, Marcus Mariota. Kyler, I guess, gets to be selected as kind of a hit, but yeah, it's definitely still a little varied on that, Paul. It's definitely still a bit of a crapshoot. But I think that you got to factor if you put that first round value, you got to factor out those fifth round option guys. Because to me, you got to put more of a marker on them as second round players that you were pushing up for. King says, I think majority of analysts agree that he was the second best quarterback last year, but I think he did more with lesser team. I agree with that. 100% agree with that. Mac had way more to work with. King said there's two notable players on that offense that can be even considered good, while Mac Jones had a 6-time Super Bowl winning coach with a team overspending in free agency. And to your point on this as well, King Bomber, he had a great offensive line, which I've said that's one of the best things you can do to get rookie success from a young quarterback is have a great offensive line on point, and they did. Yeah, it's well said, man. He didn't have Davis Mills did not have anywhere near as much to work with as Mac did, and he was okay. I mean, let me look at it here. I want to look at let's look at the stats on Davis Mills so really quick. So, I mean, 66% completion percentage, good. 2,600 yards, 16 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So it was okay. Let's see how many games he played here. 13 games. So it's okay, 31 sacks. Not the most mobile of guys, right? But I don't know, man. I think the Texans, it's less about Mills for me and more about the rest of that roster. I think that they're, again, going to be back in the bottom rung, and they don't necessarily play in a super easy division either. Let me get some more coffee, folks. 1 second. Chai1Do9X. What position do you expect the Seahawks to hit on in this draft? I think they're going to deal with left. They're going to get the left tackle situation selected. I think they're probably going to. I think that they're going to address pass rusher, cornerback, linebacker, and I think there's a chance that they go after center. Not necessarily all in that order. If you're talking about the first pick, I think it's likely to be probably one of three things, either a tackle, an edge player, or a cornerback in that order. King Bomber, most fans probably say no as well, probably because they think he's bad. Matsus Jakubowski, what's up, man? Long time no see. Says, hey from the UK. Currently listening while flipping burgers. Oh man, you're gonna make me hungry, Matsu. I think I'm gonna have to get a burger after this. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing work. Hopefully not working too hard over there, man. Get your rest. Pace yourself. There are only gonna be more orders. They can wait. But thanks for listening. Matsus Jakubowski says, is Brooks finally going to take the middle linebacker role? You better believe it, my guy. Yep, 100%. 100% now. So he slides into that middle role. Now he's going to be playing a lot of 3-4 middle linebacker, but he can do that too. But you're going to get to see the best version of Jordan Brooks this year because he's finally now not playing out of position at the will linebacker role. He's slid into where he naturally slides into. Now, still going to have some issues in coverage. That's not going away anytime soon. But he's an upper-level run defender. Playing the 3-4 middle linebacker means he has another middle linebacker next to him there in the middle, which maybe can help out with a little bit of the coverage stuff to a degree. But I'm very hopeful for him to take another step in his development this season. Paul, why don't teams draft late-round quarterbacks in practice squad and train them as an example? Barry Zapp, 4-year, $4 million guaranteed. Let me give you a couple reasons on that, Paul. First, you can only protect one guy on your practice squad at any given time. And the guy that you're usually protecting on your practice squad is going to be one of these veterans that you now can put on the practice squad. So you're not going to do that usually for a quarterback to get that done. I think that as well, a lot of people, Paul, in this respect, look at the later round quarterbacking and the potential there and the talent that could be falling into that range, and they're looking at it more through the view of what it was like 20 years ago, what it was like when a Tom Brady was coming out in the draft or a Kurt Warner was coming out in the draft. Later round guys that ended up kind of developing and becoming something. I think the NFL's gotten better at evaluating quarterbacks. Now, maybe not to the point where they're able to hit, as I was talking about with the statistics on first-round quarterbacks recently, maybe not to the point where they can hit on first-round quarterbacks to that level of things. But certainly, I think they've gotten better in the top-end guys, at least in the first 3 rounds, of locating, identifying, and targeting those kind of players when they get into that range of the draft. Rather than 20 years ago, there was a chance those guys might fall. Like 20 years ago, you might have said about a quarterback who threw for a prolific amount of yards and said, well, he was in a spread system. That's not going to translate to the NFL. There's no way, we'll maybe look at him in the 5th or 6th round. Now that spread formation guy who maybe is a little undersized, like a Matt Corral, goes up in the 2nd round, where maybe 20 years ago that was more of a 5th round, 6th round guy. So, Paul, there's just not normally those guys there. And while I like Bailey Zapp is quintessentially what you'll get as a 6th round type guy now, a 5th, 6th round, 7th round quarterback now, which is reasonable job at being proficient going through his reads, very accurate, great touch passer, good velocity inside of 15 yards, but then a lot of limitations to his arm ability, especially his arm talent in those later round guys. And a quarterback with sketchy to, let's say, some limitations in his arm talent is always going to have just a certain topping to where he can reach, even when he maximizes out to his ultimate being, to what he's going to be at his height of heights as a pro quarterback. So I think it sounds good in theory. It makes sense, Paul, to a certain realm. And if it was 20 years ago where there was more of a variance of an opinion on these quarterbacks coming out than there is now, I think you could pull that off, but I just don't think there's as much value in doing it now, which is why I think less teams do as much of the drafting the quarterbacks. Like Green Bay for years used to draft a quarterback late. Every year from the 4th round on, they would grab one quarterback somewhere. But they have since kind of stopped doing it. Brian Roberts says, trying to catch as much as I can. I'm at work. I'll be quiet, Brian. I'll stay quiet. Thanks for watching, though, man. Appreciate you. Noah says, just take Jordan Davis as a wide receiver. He's a yak monster, unstoppable. Once the ball is in his hands, safeties and cornerbacks will shiver in cold sweat in fear. Would be fun to watch. It'd be fun to watch Jordan Davis do the refrigerator Perry, wouldn't it? Like, who's against putting him in as a fullback and giving him a fullback dive on 4th and 1? Who's tackling him? And who's tackling Jordan Davis on that? You know a team's going to do it when he gets to the pro level. You got to do it. 6'6", 360 pounds coming downhill at you. I'm not getting for that. That's a business decision on mine all day. I'm making that's a business decision. Nope. That's all yours, Jordan. Do your dance. Touchdown. Randall, easier to teach an offensive line to run or pass block? Is the knock-on cross legit or lack of chances in Mike Leach's offense at Mississippi State? It's easier to probably teach pass protection, especially if you already have the physical tools, light feet, good hands, ability to anchor. If you've got those things you're building off of, easier to probably build into the pass block, whereas run blocking is all of those things you got to teach in its own realm to the run blocking element. And then you also have to make sure leverage is right, that they're reaching certain techniques like reach blocks or pulls in space, and that they're operating appropriately. They're just a little bit more moving parts, I think, especially the modern running game for offensive linemen. It's legit to knock cross for the spread formation stuff with Leach's offense to a degree, but I would offer Randall this. Every college offense pretty much across the board outside of what maybe Iowa is running spread concepts across the board and at a very high level. This is a problem with offensive linemen throughout the whole draft in that they've done too much patty cake and too much of spread formations, the ball's out of the quarterback's hand in under 3 seconds type stuff. That's just to me, that's a little bit of the lay of the land now that you deal with, Randall. That problem's not going away anytime soon. Smash mouth football's not coming back to the college scene. So you just got to kind of deal with that a little bit, but it's valid. And Leach, of course, runs as purified a spread concept as you could run. It doesn't get any more gadgety and wild and open as it does with Leach's offense in college football. So, but I think just everybody, you can't just lock in on that, which is them in that offense. It's all offenses in the college level. Noah says, since most offensive lines have run blocking down to a good level, I would guess pass block can be more technical as well, I assume. I guess it's debatable on it, Noah. I think it is run blocking, though, Noah, because I think they're doing so much of the pass protecting stuff already at the college level. As I was just speaking about to Randall a second ago, you got spread concepts everywhere. And what that means is that more often than not, these offensive lines are doing more pass blocking than they're doing run blocking. So they have more familiarity with it naturally coming out than they do with just road grading guys. Lance, I didn't want Geno's, but this is great that we aren't getting Baker. That's a silver lining, Lance, and I agree. It is at least a silver lining of no Baker. Three silver linings to the Geno deal. No Baker Mayfield, $3.5 million of that $7 million salary are probably going to get rolled over, and it means we're probably not taking a quarterback in the first 3 rounds of this draft. King Boxer, I know Seattle has been bad at drafting the last 5 years, but wasn't the 2020 draft good? That was the last time they had a first, and they obviously reached, but the first 3 picks are all starters. Let's take a look at it. It's a valid question. Let's break down the picks. Because as they say, when you get a couple years removed from a draft, you can fully start to break it down. We're a couple years now removed, so let's go through these picks. And this is a good draft to do this on, because the reason I want to break this one down is I think this is a good question, but it's one that we've got to really kind of look at and operate Let's look at this honestly, okay? On this King Bomber, let's really look at this honestly. The first pick is Jordan Brooks. For the first 2 years of Jordan Brooks' career, you have played him out of position at outside linebacker, at the will linebacker. In his first year, you were taking him off the field so that KJ Wright could be in there on passing downs to protect him. Now this year, while Jordan Brooks was one of the league leaders in the amount of tackles he had, the defense wasn't particularly good, so he wasn't on a dominant defense eating up these tackles. He was eating up these tackles on a kind of a porous defense for most of the year. And then you factor in the fact that he is the only player in the NFL that gave up over 1,000 yards in the air. The only player, no cornerback in this league gave up over 1,000 yards in the air this year. I'm hopeful that Jordan Brooks gets better going to the middle linebacker. But that's a draft for 2 years. You've played a guy out of position for 2 years, and he's got a big time limitation to his game that is getting exposed. Okay, well, what's our next pick? Darrell Taylor. Well, what did Darrell Taylor cost you? Darrell Taylor not only cost you a second-round pick, but you had to trade up and move up. You had to dump a third-round pick so you could move up into the second round to get Darrell Taylor. Well, Darrell Taylor missed a whole season. Missed a whole year, didn't even play. And while last year he started out like a bat out of hell, he also basically kind of became invisible as the year went on and didn't really do a whole lot. And like Jordan Brooks, he's got kind of a flaw to his game where I can't take him out there as an early down run defender, at least currently as I've seen it, because he's going to get swallowed up in the run game. So it's an okay pick there, but you gave up a third rounder to get up and get him. You get a year of lost action in addition to it. I'm not going to say that's a home run, knock it out the park hit with that. Damian Lewis, fantastic year at right guard in his first season. Great at right guard his first season. Second season last year at left guard, not as good. Not as good. Probably a little below league average as a left guard last year. So where do I put that pick again? Where do I put the success of that pick then at that point? Colby Parkinson barely has played in 2 years. Barely played. It's been okay in those moments that he's played, but he's barely played. Fourth round pick. Also in the fourth round, DJ Dallas. Again, been okay. Not lit the world on fire though. He can't even unseat Travis Homer as the third down back consistently, and Homer was taken in the seventh round from the previous year's draft. Okay, Alton Robinson, again, some flashes, but not a lot of consistency of play, and he absolutely disappeared last year as the year went along. Freddie Swain. Freddie Swain's played a lot of snaps, not played a lot of good football. He was rated 110 out of 120 players in the NFL as far as receivers go. The 120 players that were eligible to be rated, he was 110 out of 120 last year. Stephen Sullivan in the seventh round didn't even make the team. I'm not going to knock him big for that. But I got to say, I'm not as much the 2020 draft was an indicator that they're getting it right. It's not. It's not. There's not one of those picks that you far away and can just nod your head and go, yeah, that was a good pick. Not even the Jordan Brooks one. Not when you got a guy giving up over 1,000 yards in the air from the linebacker position. So I can't, you're not alone in saying that, King Bomber. There's been others that have said that as well, but I do want to push back on it. I do want to push back because you got to look at the full totality of that and you go, it was okay. It's not a good draft though. It's not at that state. It has the potential to. Those guys could still develop, but you're going, it's okay. Simply them playing snaps is not enough to make it a successful draft. They've got to be impactful in that and not have big holes to their game as well that are very detrimental to what we're doing on the football field. Randall says, out of Fant, Darrell Taylor, and Brooks, which is most likely to make a Pro Bowl next year? Any other breakout candidates? Who's the most likely? I guess I'll go with Fant, Randall, but I'll do that as much as there isn't as many great tight ends in the NFC, and then the ones you have like George Kittle are a little injury prone, so maybe he could slide in through that way. He's my most likely of those three guys. I mean, if you want to say, I think DK is ready to have a 1,500 yard receiving season. He's just waiting for a quarterback to target him enough right and for them to be able to not double him all the time. he'd be another guy that I would point to. I'm trying to think if there's somebody else here in my mind. That's probably it, though. But I'll go with Fant. Noah, Hawks Nest, after Ajabo's injury, do you expect he falls far? Would be an insane player talent-wise, and since we don't run for titles, ATM, would you take a flyer depending on how far he falls? I would, Noah, but I don't go second round for him. For me, he's a third round guy with the Achilles. That's the injury that of any injury you suffer in the pros on a player, that one scares me more than any other one, as far as a guy getting back to action near anywhere where he was before. A guy like Will Disley suffered an Achilles injury. I don't think he's back to the same level of where he was athleticism-wise prior to that injury. So I'm a real hesitant. But third round, yeah. I'll bite on a third round. Danny W says, why is everyone so eager for us to trade back? History shows more times than not, teams miss out on top-tier players for average guys. In people's heads, think extra picks equals extra superstars. Actually, the opposite. Daniel, I'm normally of alignment with you. Some of this comes from my evaluation of this draft and where I see the players in this draft. I think that there's less of a difference from tier 1 to tier 2 than you normally have, less of a separation of talent. And I think that some of those players that land in tier 2 actually do have that superstar talent this year more in droves than they do in the past. There's just some weird reasons as to why they fall. For instance, a guy like George Pickens out of Georgia. He may be every bit as good as Jameson Williams, who also just suffered a torn ACL. But for some weird reason, Pickens is going to fall and Jameson Williams is going to maybe be taken in the top 10. But that's a player that would be maybe superstar type potential there, and is going to be then available in that second round. So for me, it's just getting more swings just because of this particular draft, Daniel. I wouldn't do it by and large in nature, or that's my go-to every draft is keep trading back. I'm quite the opposite. I'd actually prefer they usually do target. But when you are in a position where we are, Daniel, first where we've been in previous years, where you're not going for it right now, you have a lot of needs across the board. Well, that draws me a little bit more to we've got to stack players rather than looking for precise players to round out the back end of the roster just right. Daniel says we already have 7 picks in the next first and second round next year, 2 years. If we just hit on those 7 picks, our team is in great shape. Drafting back is how you pass on Montez Sweat for Cody Barton, LJ Collier. Very true. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Do remember, though, too, those future picks into next year, the 2 second-round picks next year, the 2 first-round picks next year, there's a good chance you may have to end up using those picks and packaging them to move up in the draft to get your quarterback of the future. So they may not be as likely to be what you're thinking of them as being potential star players sitting there just waiting to be plucked at that time. Noah says, the Hawks Nest, your guess on most improved elite player next year and most shocking fall from grace disappointing player? My most improved player, I'm thinking. I mean, I guess Fant, it was kind of to Randall's answer on this. I guess it would be Fant as my guy that I would probably, he's been cracking at 600 yards receiving. I think he's going to push through this year up into 900 to 1,000 yards because I think he's going to get targeted a lot and get his share of opportunities in this particular offense to really ball out. And he's got that type of talent that can allow him to necessitate that. So I'm going to go with him, though I got to say there's not a lot of candidates there for this that I really look at and go, they're going to be, I think Jordan Brooks will be improved in the linebacker position. I still think that the fan base is overrated him just a little bit in how they viewed his season last year. I think similarly with Darrell Taylor, you can kind of apply the same kind of thing. So I like those guys, but there's some things there that I can't just say, yeah, it's them. My disappointing fall from grace player would be Damian Lewis. I think he's going to continue to struggle at the left guard position. He's going to make everybody continue to wonder why he was moved out of right guard. He's going to make maybe some people start to understand that there's a difference between the right guard and the left guard, and that one, just because you can do one doesn't mean you're going to be good at the other. But he's my likely guy to fall because I think he's going to be forced out there into action once again, unfortunately. Michael Pontiowski says, Hawks Nest, will you be doing a live reaction on the first round picks in the draft? Michael, I will be doing, this is a yearly event for me. So one of my this will be this is a very special Hawks Nest program. On a very special Hawks Nest program, Brandon does crack. Oh no. I'm going to be doing all 3 days of the draft, Michael. I'm going so hard this draft, and we're going 4 straight days. Okay. I'm thinking about doing 5. All right. So I'm going to run you by this on this. Okay. I'm workshopping this right now as we're talking live here. Okay. We go 2 days before the draft. This is war game scenario stuff. Okay. War game scenario stuff. It's me. It's you guys. We're in a dark room, dimly lit, a lot of smoke from a cigar that we don't know who's smoking the cigar. We don't know where they're smoking the cigar, but it's wafting everywhere. And we're sitting around the table sweating. Okay. Bright lights to the face, right? A lot of harsh scenes you get out of a movie. And we are arguing about and running through war game scenarios of the draft. What happens if this happens to that? And then that to this second round, and then this to that, and then this to that. So that's 2 days before the draft. The day before the draft, we're working through the last of our mock scenarios. We're working through the last of the mock scenarios 2 days before the draft. Round 1, I'm up an hour and a half before round 1, just prepping, getting ready with you guys, getting in the spirit, getting up, doing push-ups, pumping you guys up, you pumping me up. Day 2, here all day, every day. That's going to be probably a 10-hour day 2. If not day 3. Day 3 is probably the 10-hour day. Day 2 is like the 7-hour day. But I will be doing all 5 days of draft coverage, 2 before, 3 days of. We're going hard. I won't be able to speak by the end of it. I will be speaking in raspy tones by the end. But yes, Michael, 100%. It's my favorite time of the year. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Randall, a couple of extra inches and I'd have a completely different life. King, and there's a scenario where all 3 of the top defensive ends are gone, 2 top corners are gone, and top 3 tackles are gone. Very true, King. That's kind of that's the nightmare scenario that you talk about. And even then, like you said, worst case scenario, you still end up with someone, I think, even in that scenario. Randall says North 1st Street in Yakima is a smaller version of Aurora Boulevard. If ever in Yak and feel like rolling the dice, I hear the ladies of the night walk around with a big gulp. Oh, Lordy. Aurora Avenue used to be sketch, man. You could drive down that thing and it was just, you could always tell where they were out there just walking up and down. 30-degree weather wearing short dresses. She's like, okay, I know what she's doing, right next to the Hour motels. Suff Stew Deluxe says, we play in 40 chess by paying Geno, put teams off trading up in front of us so we can get a quarterback, or do you think it's legit and we draft a quarterback in 2023? I think it's kind of legit and they go 23, Sud. I do. No, I don't. That'd be one hell of that would be 40 chess to pay Geno simply to throw people off the scent of us wanting Malik so that we could have him, let's say, fall to us or something. That'd be pretty crazy, man. But no, I think that they looked at the quarterbacks in this draft and they said, we're better to wait till next year. Randall says, pretty sure I saw the CFL is doing a deal where the GPS in the ball for the first downs and goal line. Good. Another thing that is easy enough to do. Put it in the ball, get it in there. It's not that hard. It's not going to add weight to the ball by putting it in. And if it tells you where the ball exactly is going to be, why not? You just need to use lasers. The laser beams will tell you. King Bomber says 0 wide receivers and 0 quarterbacks are not hard to believe. It's just Carolina and Atlanta taking the best player on the board. The rest are probably going to take one of those 3 positions. True. Very true. Ryan Wilson says Linderbaum with a 4.38 shuttle. What do you think, Ryan? Yeah? I like the Linderbaum thing. I'm saying I like it. Chef Russ, 2, clutch. What if Seattle gets Baker for cheap and uses a triple quarterback system with Baker, Locke, and Geno? Seattle will be the quarterback staple franchise king. I guess it's possible. It is possible. It would be innovative. It would be revolutionary. Yeah. That part's for sure. It would be something. AJ Johnson says, worst choice to re-sign Gino Smith. He sucks. Not big on it either, AJ. Not big on it either. Ryan Wilson says, really hoping the XFL and USFL can finally work out, maybe even merge. Me too, Ryan. Me as well, man. It can do nothing but help the sport. Gives us more football to watch. Also gives the NFL a little bit of a minor league, training ground where that's only going to then help the product come Sundays. Getting guys that can develop, because you can't always develop at the pro level, especially if you can't get on the field and just get into the action. Marty MF Williams says, I'm hoping for Thibs, Johnson, or Sauce at 9. Cross would be great as well. Hey, sign me up on all those guys, Marty. On all those guys. Either one. Delakey, if DK goes, trade back 9 for Philadelphia for 16 and 18. Third and 2023 first. Trade back 9 for 16, 18. I'm okay with that. Let's hold on to DK, though. Let's just hold on to DK. Paul says, if the Chiefs and Packers do well in the draft with extra picks, could that be a blueprint for the future? Certainly could be, Paul, in regards to teams then taking that as an indication that they don't need to be paying these wide receivers up at the market where it's going, being 28, 29, 30, 31, $32 million. I mean, the receiver market is pushing ever closer to the quarterback market. And some of this is derived from we're being told that receivers matter more than ever. And you have a Rams team that just won the Super Bowl with a stack of top-end wide receivers throughout the course of their year and never letting the position go light. But the Rams also did that with a kind of a cacophony of receivers. Well, I say that, they had the guy that won the Triple Crown. So it's really not. I mean, it's kind of both on that. But yeah, if they find some success, I think more teams would be open then at that point to maybe moving a top end wide receiver and go this other direction with it. Because I think already teams don't love the thought of paying a receiver that much money. It's a position that's a little bit not fully like a running back, but one where it's really easy for those guys to get injured, and putting that amount of money on it, so it sort of goes, that's a little tough. It's a little tough, but yeah. It makes sense. It's significantly less if you're going with 2 late first round picks on wide receivers. You're spending $5-6 million a year on it and getting production that might be equivalent or better than what you got out of Devontae Adams alone. Certainly, that's going to sway some front offices in the way they look at it. Suds Deluxe says, love from Scotland, love my Hawks, and proud to rep my 12 tattoo. Hey, hell yeah, Suds. Well, awesome. You're watching from Scotland, my guy. I've been watching the show Succession. It's got the Scottish guy on it that I'm talking to his wife. God damn it! What I gotta do? I can't even do it right now, but I'm too deep on the stream. But that show's awesome. But thank you, man. Appreciate the love. And like I say, Hawks Nest 12s. We're worldwide, man. Worldwide. King Bomber says, yes, sir. At least we have Brooks for another cheap 3 years. It's true. It's true. You do have control of him for a bit. Justin Warfield says $7 million for Geno. Justin, it's really about like a $4.5 million deal. I don't think he's going to hit the incentives. So $3.5 million of that's going to come back off the books and added to next year's cap. So it's a 1 year, $4.5 million deal, really, like the bottom line on it. Lance says, build the foundation of important positions. Make the team ready to pounce on a quarterback after going 5-12 with Geno or Locke. I'm good with it. Bronze Man Zach says, unbelievable. After last season, Geno should be long gone. I'm definitely surprised they brought him back, and certainly surprised that a guy that was driving 50 miles an hour drunk is getting the contract he is. But hey, Braun says, what a terrible offseason so far. Oh, you don't like moving on from multiple Hall of Famers and then signing a bunch of bargain basement free agents to small deals that eat up a lot of cap space very quickly? Says Deluxe brings up, we're bringing back Geno for the coin toss in overtime. We know he's killer at that. Absolutely killer. Chef Russ too clutch. Why not sign KJ for a year? He'd fit in pass downs. He plays all linebacker spots well. A good signing for building a great defense. I don't know what's Geno want to be paid. I don't think that he's really a favorite. And he's mentioned even this offseason not wanting to come back to Seattle on a veteran minimum deal. So you've got $2 million of workable cap space left after this Gino Smith deal. You don't really have the money for KJ at this point. I don't think he's going to garner a lot of money. I don't know who's going to pay KJ even at this point, but I don't know that KJ wants to come back here on the vet min. But I'm in favor of it if he does, Chef. So I'm good if he does. Barry Satoro with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate you. I hear you. Kidding. Says, I want footballs with laser beams strapped to their freaking heads. I ask for one thing. Does your laser beam, is it hot? Very hot. Will it burn out the magma? Yes. Well, then let's see it then. Let me just do it then. I want laser beams on my footballs. Thank you for the donation, Barry. Charles Riley, $5 donation, says, will you do a Pauly Shore impression if Kayvon falls to the Hawks? Of course, buddy. I like Kayvon. But, buddy, he's real good at football, He squeezes the juice. You know it, Charles. I got to still work on my Pauly. My Pauly's a little, it's got a little old and tired. Just got to get up on the squiggle, the jitter, but juicy, boo-boo, did you see? Get that bap-a-doo-boo-boo-boo. Paul says, who would be the best under-radar quarterback coach for the Seahawks on a practice squad? Jim Zorn? I don't know quarterback coaches too many by necessarily name. How about Tom House? How about we get the guy that showed Tom Brady how to do whatever he does? I don't know on that one, Paul. King says, I don't know why people like this guy, hate on Geno, but for what he is, but he was up against, he played awesome. Blowing out the Jaguars, but 30-plus points, show what he can do. He's a second-round guy. I mean, he's just a guy. I think it's just more than money with this King Bomber that's throwing people off. They would have, if Geno's coming back right now and the deal's being announced as a 1-year, $2 million deal, people just probably shrug and go, whatever. But when they see the $1 million, 1 year, $7 million headline, they go, what the hell? Grandizer 12, hi Brandon. Hope all is well today. All is amazing today, man. Hit the like button to show support. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Grandizer. I appreciate it, man. And thanks for mentioning that. Having a good day. Hope you're doing well out there. Suds Deluxe, let's be honest. Pete wants someone who can hand the ball off. That's facts, dude. You're definitely going to have a run-heavy team this year. We're probably running 52%, 53% of the time, passing 47% of the time. With Geno signing, I hope this means we're out of the Baker sweepstakes. It absolutely does. You don't have the money anymore to sign Baker. Even if you had the Browns half the deal at $9 million, you don't have $9 million of workable cap space right now to bring Baker in. So he's out. Michael, Geno at least could help lock a rookie quarterback with playbook and could win a game or two in a pinch. He can. Yeah, he's not atrocious, god-awful, no, by no measure. King Bomber says Jordan Brooks gave up 1,000 yards. God damn, I didn't know that. It's why I keep it referenced, and you probably are going to hear me a good amount referencing on my channel at times, King, because it's part of what you got to push back with Jordan Brooks. It's a little bit like I had somebody mention recently on the Jordan Brooks, my reaction to Jordan Brooks selected in the first round. So I was like, well, this is, Jordan's looking a little bit better now, right? He's looking a little bit better. And it's like, I hope he will. But as I've said with all those 3 first-round reactions in the last 3 years, from LJ Collier, who I called a bust on draft night, to Jordan Brooks, who I didn't call a bust. I never put that to Jordan Brooks as far as a grade. But my problem with Jordan Brooks was you're selecting a linebacker in the first round. You're selecting a linebacker in the first round who's a run-first defender. You're selecting a run-first middle linebacker in the first round who struggles in zone coverage. You also, by the nature of your defense, run more zone coverage than just about anybody else in the entire NFL. That's what built up for that pick to be bad. It wasn't like with Brooks with LJ Collier where I went, okay, the guy has no pass rush moves, no bend, and no first step quickness. How is this going to be a thing? With Jordan Brooks, there was talent there. You could see it. But the struggles in coverage were there, and they weren't getting better anytime soon. And it's going to continue to be an issue with him because that's just the hole in his particular game. It doesn't mean he's a completely bad player or that he doesn't have usefulness on the football field. But it does mean that it's a real part of where he is. And 1,000 yards is hard to give up from the linebacker position, say nothing of the cornerback position. But yeah, he gave that amount up. Lance, thank you, Baker, for harpooning your own inflatable boat that was headed to Puget Sound. 2023 will be the least stressful season to watch in a decade. That's true, Lance. It's all house money next year. It's all, let's just watch this thing build. But yeah, I'm very glad Baker stuck that harpoon in and he said, okay, Sharks, have at me. And now he's going to be picked apart and sent off to Albuquerque. I think it's funny that once Baker puts out the interview and mentioned us as the most likely landing spot, we signed Geno. Management was like, hell no. Yeah, I think there's something to that too, man. It was an odd scenario of the timing on that one. Baker came out yesterday and he's like, oh, no, I guess Seattle. Whatever. I guess. Come get me, Seattle. Come on. Whenever you want it. All right. I'm glad to see our front office put the big middle finger up on that one. King Bomber says, seems like all 3 of those players were good picks. Seattle just wasted them. We're talking about the 3 that I was mentioning on 3. Yeah, I mean, on some of it, I guess a little bit with it. With Jordan Brooks, it's a matter of, was there another pick you could have made for another more vital position rather than that was almost a pick of luxury where you were taking 2 years of a guy and having him out of position where even when he's playing the will, he's not playing the will dominantly. So then you're going, well, but I think you have to factor that in and how they used them. You can't just say, well, they would have been good players or would have been good picks if it was on a team where everything's sterile. Alexander says Trayvon Diggs gave up more yards than Brooks. Brooks gave up 865, while Diggs gave up 907. Thought I had seen more yards than that on Brooks with the stat that I had looked at on that, but admittedly I don't have it readily at hand. So I'll look back up on that and see if I have to correct it. Either way, 865 ain't far off 1,000 yards, and either way off of that, he gave up more yards in coverage than any linebacker in the NFL by a gargantuan number. Larry says it would be cool, bring back beast mode one more year in Richard Sherman. I would do it. It may make you next year fun. Grandizer says only Poona Ford was the good pickup. Poona Ford was an undrafted rookie free agent, Grandizer. So even that's not he wasn't even selected. Alexander, I don't hate the situation with Taylor either because we should be able to get him on a tender after his rookie contract. Maybe you could make the argument, Alexander, that these guys don't want to play on that tender on the 4th year of their deal, and they're going to push for a contract extension, and if you don't give it to them, there's going to be a problem involved. We don't have a large history of these guys after they ball out in 3 years or ball out enough after 3 years to earn the contract extension and that then go back on the 4th year deal of a 2nd, 3rd, 4th round contract. It's different if it's a 1st round contract where they're making maybe a final year sum of $9, $10 million, if not more. But if you're talking about, wait, you're going to not pay me my 4-year, $50 million deal because you want me to play on a 1-year, $2.5 million 1 year guaranteed contract, but that's all I'm going to make. I don't know. But I didn't like the Taylor situation myself, Alexander, because again, you got to look at it in conjunction with the totality of that draft. You took Jordan Brooks, a pick to play out at 2 years out of position, struggles in zone coverage. You take Darrell Taylor. You also vault up into the second round to get Taylor. So you kicked out a third round pick in addition to the second round pick for Taylor. And then you have to wait a year for him to play. And then now he's kind of starts to develop. It's not like he was, had a good start to the career with a handful of sacks last year, but it wasn't like he was dominant. So I don't like those picks at that time as much, Alexander, because you were more in a go for it mode. You weren't in the mentality of where you are right now, which is you're in a rebuild mode right now. Making a move for a guy like Taylor in this kind of draft would have made more sense to me, right? But when you were in the mode where you were at that time, which was you desperately needing offensive line help, you needed every draft pick you had to try to take a team that was competing for Super Bowls or thinking they could compete for Super Bowls and help push them up over the top. To me, you don't get there in that fashion by grabbing guys that are developmental guys that you're going to wait on. And it's like it kind of goes up against what should have been their driving philosophy in that moment as a team. Delakey says, if you draft Devin Lloyd, what happens to Jordan Brooks? Delakey, you're going to more of a 3-4 scheme this year, supposedly. 3-4 scheme needs 2 middle linebackers on the field at all times. Robert Jorgensen, any thoughts on the left tackle position? Well, Robert, I think right now it's driving you to potentially have to take a left tackle with the first selection in this draft, even if you may have other players more highly rated than that particular left tackle. You may have Sauce Gardner higher than Charles Cross, or Hamilton higher than Charles Cross, or Devin Lloyd higher than Charles Cross. But you end up taking Charles Cross because you're driven by the need of the position. I think that they're going to have to figure out something with left tackle somewhere in this draft. It's going to be harder, Robert, to wait into the second round to find the guy. It's a lot less certain period, less certain area of the draft as far as the talent level goes there. But nonetheless, I expect them to address the position one way or another within the first 3 selections. I like Cross if we're with him, Robert. I like Penning, who would be the 4th left tackle on the board. I like him a lot less. Cross is a pretty safe pick overall. But what would help us out most, Robert, with this is if they just maybe signed Dwayne Brown, Eric Fisher right before the draft, and then it would free them up in that selection to really, truly take the best player available on the board. Amari Taylor says, this signing tells me we probably are going to wait until next year to take quarterback. I agree. Yep. Noah, when you look at Philly in the late 2010s and some other teams with the quick rebuilds, do you believe we can get back to the top quickly? Even with the nice drafting, I don't trust this team in coaching at all. Yeah, Noah, I do. I do have faith in this. I'm certainly not in the place of the in John and Pete. I trust, here's my firstborn child, bring him back after the weekend. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm not at that stage of things, but I'm in the place of I'm hopeful. They're trying something different than what they've been trying recently. So that's at least that's something. They've got a lot of draft ammunition to bring this forward. They've got a lot of cap space to bring this forward in the next couple of years, Noah. Those are things that can help you vault up that much faster. So absolutely they can get back up on top. We don't have to necessarily wait. It does require them to be smart in their decision-making and moves, and some of that's been a little bit leaving us wanting lately. But they've got all the board is set up in front of them appropriately to get there. Now they just got to do the most important part, which is the managing the money appropriate and the selecting of the picks in the right spots. Jeffrey says the cornerback from Dallas could fall off big time. Was the interceptions that got him hype? No, I mean, look, Trayvon Diggs is maybe the most overrated player in the entire NFL right now because he gets interceptions. But he gave up almost, I think he might even given up just about as somebody said, just about as much yards as Jordan Brooks did. It is what it is, man. It's with Diggs, he likes to jump routes and he's constantly gambling. The upshot of that is he gambles and gets his share of interceptions. The downside of that is he gives up a ton of yards because he's taken too many, he's gambling too much. Maybe he gets better as a gambler as he ages. He's still only a second-year player, and that's a lot of interceptions, no doubt about it. But, I mean, if you're not a good tackler and you give up a lot of plays around getting interceptions, shouldn't you do those other things if people are talking about you as the number one corner in the NFL or in that discussion? Shouldn't you do those other things pretty good too? It's not just that interception stuff. Good point, though. Marty M.F. Williams, I wouldn't be mad if trade back to land Trent McDuffie or picking Kyler Gordon in the second round. Go Dogs. Go Dogs, Marty. Both of those guys definitely have got some zone fluidity to them. They know how to play in this scheme right from the jump. My issue with Trent, my only worry with Trent is, man, those arms are short. He's got the T-Rex arms of this draft, under 30 inches, which 32 inches is your base metric you're going to look for on corners on the outside. Can he play with under 30-inch arms? And I know he's really good. And if there was a guy who could pull it off, it could be him. I think he's got a lot of pro comparisons to me with him of Xavier Howard. But there's only 4 players in the NFL starting on the outside with under 30-inch arms. And he would be the 5th. So not a big track record of him. Kyler, just a little bit more longer arms by a smidge, by about an inch. And with him, it's a little more of, I think, the speed thing. I think he ran like a 4.57. So there's a little bit of worry with him on the speed. But both of them are very good players. A lot of fun, very fun to watch. Delakey, can Damian Lewis switch back to right guard? He can, but you've got to first get Gabe Jackson out of his way. And Gabe Jackson only saves you $3 million in cap space by cutting him. But if you do that, you then need to find a left guard. So you can, they should, I would. Will they? I don't think they will. DJ Jimenez, appreciate this as always, sir. My pleasure, man. I love doing it. Bug Porter, you guys still have Penny? We do. Signed him to a 1-year deal. And Malpada, what's up? Enmal, thinking the Smith signing is smoke. Still think we either take Ritter or sign Baker after the draft. Browns will release Baker. I definitely think Ritter's still in play, Enmal. I think this does push you off on Baker. You don't have any more cap space to work on with this. You're sitting on basically a little over $2 million in functional, workable cap space as we stand right now. So what's Baker going to want? He's not going to take a veteran minimum deal. I mean, he's not going to get a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but I don't think you're going to get him for a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. Jason Tudor says, Dr. Brandlove, or how I stopped worrying and learned to love coral. If I do that, Jason, I'm going to get on the green screen. I'm going to get a bomb, and just like Slim Pickens, I'm going to be riding that bomb to end out the show. And I'll have it above the Lumen field. So I'll put the green screen below me, and I'll have Lumen field. I'll do that Hitchcockian green screen he used to use on those kind of shots. That's how I'll do it. I can't do it, Jason. Jeffrey, what will we do with our 9th pick? Will either kill my draft hype or make it. It does help, Jeffrey. We at least have 2 second-round picks, so we can hedge and double our way back around. But this will certainly drive a lot of our satisfaction or lack thereof if we come through this on the other end of it with somebody that's definitely making us go, what? Huh? He wasn't supposed to go to the second round. 9th overall? Jonathan Dela Cruz with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. You're kind. Appreciate you, sir. Says, is it a worst-case scenario if we draft Malik Willis? I don't think it's a worst-case scenario. You are going higher than I would have him selected, but he is a first-round talent. I don't think he's a second-round grade guy that you're taking in the first round. He's first-round. I think I'd put it. I have Ritter higher, and I have a second-round grade on Ritter, so maybe I can't say that with him. You're overdrafting him at that point, Jonathan. You are, no doubt about it. But quarterbacks are very valuable. Take as many swings as you need at the position to find your guy. It doesn't preclude you even from next year if you find out he's not the guy to go and get in somebody else if you have to. But I definitely don't think it's going to get us where we need to go. I think it's premature because the offensive line's not on point to be able to deal with what you're going to need them to deal with, considering have him deal with what you're going to need him to deal with, considering that you don't even have really 2 legitimate starting tackles as it stands right now. You've got your right guard playing out of position to left guard, and you've got a center who didn't even play all last year because he couldn't beat out a rookie. So it wouldn't be a great scenario. Would it be worst case scenario? No. I don't know if there is a real worst case scenario with that first pick at number 9 overall, really. I really don't. There isn't a guy that, the worst case scenario, Matt Corral is the worst case scenario, Jonathan. Matt Corral at number 9, Matt Corral at 15, Matt Corral at 22, Matt Corral in the second round. That's the worst case scenario. That's the worst case scenario. But Malik, no. Barry Satora with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. says, I pray to Zeus that at least 6 of our picks are on the offensive and defensive line. That would be wonderful to see, Barry. That'd be wonderful to see. Build the trenches. You want to be a smash mouth team? You want to impose your physicality upon everyone else? You do that with talent. You do that with guys that are bullies at the position, essentially. And you got to do that. You got to dole out the assets to get there. We'll see if they do. It'll be interesting to see if they take that track of it. I think that they'll at least to a marginal degree deal with it. But I think it's going to be more of probably 3 of your first 6 picks go to the lines rather than into that 4 or 5 zone of things. But I'm 100% with you on that. Delakey says, watched Coral against Auburn and Texas A&M. Impressed with his game. You're not alone, man. You're not alone. A lot of people do like him. He's one of those guys I just can't get around my head on. Hell yeah, Michael. Look forward to it too. Delakey says, Michigan State running back, Michigan State Harris, a luxury. You mean Walker, I think is what you're meaning, Del. It would be a luxury pick. I've been a little slow to come around on Walker. I'm not going to lie. But he's got fun tape. He's got a good stop and start ability. Second round for me has just been a little high with him. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that. I like Breece Hall so much better. But he's a good player. Enmal says, all these draft visits don't seem appealing to me, except for Gardner or Ritter. I like them. And keep in mind, a lot of these guys you're not looking at picking in the top of the draft. Just because you're bringing them in doesn't mean that they're the best of the best type guys. Some of these guys are for picking into the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round all throughout this draft, or even undrafted rookie free agents, as they did with Poona Ford, who they also added on a pre-draft visit. So it's all through the draft with these guys they're bringing in, which I like. And if you're talking about some of these guys taken in that 4th, 5th, 6th round range, it's great value. You're getting a lot of projected upside with these type of guys, a lot of potential. Robert says, who has a better chance of moving up, Dallas or New Orleans or someone else? I think New Orleans would be the number 1 team to me that would look at trading up. I think the Steelers would be right behind New Orleans as a team that's likely to trade up, specifically looking at quarterback. So I would lean, those would be my top 2. I don't think Dallas tries to trade up. I think they just stay where they are. Delakey, when did you decide Seattle was your forever team? Delakey, if you can see, I'll lean out of the way. All right. Delakey, so if you can look over underneath my armpit here, you'll see a picture behind me of me and my dad. And you'll notice in that picture I'm about 4 years old and you got me in a Seahawks uniform there. Just take my word for it. I know you can't see it clearly, but I'm in a Seahawks uniform there. 80s style practice Seahawks uniform jersey thing. So, Inception, Del. You know, my mom tells a famous story of me in regards to the Hawks, where she sat me down and turned on cartoons on a Sunday and had me watching cartoons, and I changed the channel to football. She came back over and changed it to and this one like near a baby, like, 1.5, whatever, or not probably a little older than that, but always kept flipping it back to the football game. So I just always love football. I love my Hawks. I'm from Seattle, so it's always been my forever team. Birth, I guess, to answer you, Del. Birth, inception. Danny W., one major issue with the XFL, why will it never catch on? If anyone is half decent, they will get picked up by the NFL since the rosters are so big. College players now being paid weakens it too. True, good points, good solid points there, Daniel. I think some of what could help with it is some of the loosening of the rules they have. Some of the ways that NFL has tampened down the game a little bit in certain respects. They're going to open up. They're going to make it a little more wild and free. And that could be a more exciting brand of football at times to watch, especially the hard hits come into play, the way that anything kind of goes style to it, I think could appeal to people. And there is a thirst for football out there, and right now baseball is lagging as far as what it's getting done, and basketball's been lagging a little bit in recent years as far as their viewership goes. So there's an opening there. There is an opening. You're right. It will potentially hurt it. But one of the things with this too, Daniel W., is that if you get a player maybe does well in the league and team gets a little bit of money, that maybe they end up paying their players too, and the players just like where they are and don't feel the need to go up anymore on it. We'll see. Jason says, yeah, last year's Super Bowl might have had the 2 best wide receivers in the league. You don't need a guy like that, but having one makes you that much better. Yeah, it's hard. You can't deny it, can you? Can't deny it. Phantom Gamer, we all know Pete can't resist defensive players, even if there's top linemen of need available. I know, man. It drives me crazy, Phantom. It drives me crazy how they treat the offensive line like the redheaded stepchildren of this team. Daniel says, last thing I'll say on it. So minors, baseball, basketball, soccer, you can watch one player and be entertained. Minor football doesn't work because it's the ultimate team sport and watching fifth stringers. Yeah, I mean, I was enjoying last year a little bit of some of those games. I was able to tune in for the first year of the league for having no real, baseline and point. I found it relatively fun to watch, and I think with, like I was saying, the rules being different, loud hard hits in there, allowing football to be played a little closer to the old school way of things. Maybe a little more fun to go back and watching that. I'll tell you, I go back and I watch a lot of old Seahawks film, and part of the fun of going back and watching that is just watching the insane hits and physicality at play of the sport. It's just phenomenal. So there's a chance they could find a way through this. Animal says Pete is the GM and John claps while sitting in his little Mickey Mouse chair next to Pete when Pete makes the picks. Charles says, Brando, you watching Winning Time this week? I will, Charles. I thought last week's episode was a little like filler. That felt like a filler episode to me. And I hadn't felt like that on any of the other episodes, but this one felt like, Molly Fields' character's sick and this brutal and just a lot of sort of spinning around a bit with it not going anywhere. But I'm still going to watch. Danny corrects me on my Geno speed. He says, Geno was only going 96. He's not as fast as Ruggs. Well, he's a quarterback, Danny. He's a QB. What can you say? He's fast for a quarterback. Delakey says, if Damian Lewis fails, we should avoid LSU players. I don't know, Adele, should we avoid them or just keep them at their natural position? You brought in Ethan Posick and you played him out of position first 3 years. If you just let him play center from the jump, does he grow? Does his game grow more throughout that time? Maybe. Damian Lewis, you kept him from right guard, you moved him to left guard. He was a right guard in LSU. He was a right guard in his first year in Seattle. Then you moved him to left guard. Maybe we just, instead of that, saying stay away from LSU players, we say, if we draft an LSU player, let's just keep him in his natural position. Jeffrey Sissel says, get the guy who showed Tom Brady how to deflate balls. DJ Jimenez says, bring back Austin Davis as an offensive coordinator if Waldron doesn't work out. Laughing my ass off. The old nepotism. Daniel W. Baker still has options. He probably ends up with the Panthers on a 1-year deal while Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett sit and learn the NFL offense. Makes a lot of sense, Daniel. Makes a lot of sense. Jason, with Murray upping the ante regarding his contract, what do you think the chances are he gets traded and where? I would put it probably like 30% that he gets traded. I think the number one team to do so would make sense to me is Houston. Houston could flip the Cardinals one first-round pick, their first-round pick, their top 5 first-round pick and the Cardinals could go for maybe Malik Willis or somebody else if they want him in this draft. That would be the number one destination. Murray went to school in high school in Texas. I just think that one's kind of like a no-brainer if it goes that direction. But I don't think, Jason, the Cardinals are going to move him. I think eventually they get a contract probably done with him. Mark Hoppercorn, do you think Geno Smith will get suspended for DWI? I do, Mark, but it probably will only be for a game or two, and it's probably the same game or two. You have Drew Lock starting anyway at that point, probably. Justin Warfield, think we trade back and get the center and the linebacker? I'd love to, Justin. A few people have mentioned that as an interesting, tantalizing proposition here. Walk away Devin Lloyd and Linderbaum. Why not? That'd be great. So I don't know if it's a deal on the table to be had. Everything I'm hearing about from the Saints or those teams sitting in that mid-first round point is that they're going to make their picks where they sit or maybe even try to trade back. There's nothing we're hearing yet that's really hot to trot about a team really frothing at the mouth to try to get up in the top 10. Delakey says Malik Willis equals Trey Lance minus collegiate success and upside. Delakey says $7 million a year for a backup quarterback with 6 to 8 years of experience. Yeah. It's only $4.5 million, Del. The $7 million is a little misnomer. Yeah, it's for $7 million, but you're going to get that $3.5 million back on next year's cap. I like your comparison, though. Malik Willis and Trey Lance got a lot of similarities to their game. A lot of similarities. Delikey says, worst case scenario, Baker Mayfield starter for the next 4 years. Maybe. Seahawks Gaming, I have a feeling that Walker, Hutch, and Thibs are going top 5. Going to make us pick Mafi at 9. That would be high for Mafi. Oh, my God. Well, I definitely think Walker and Hutch are first 2, and I think Thibs is probably going top 7. So they are off the board. Those guys will be gone at that point. Seahawks 02, I don't know how credible TikTok is, but I saw a post about Ritter being a consensus first-round pick for most teams. Interesting. I could see it, man. I could see it. Like we talked about this, there's a blueprint right now. If you want to bring in a rookie quarterback, the blueprint is that rookie quarterback doesn't have to be a star, but he's got to be functional. He can't be that completely, what we saw out of Jordan Love last year, for instance, where he got on the game against the Chiefs after Aaron went out, and he looked completely in over his skis, deer in the headlights, all that. You've got to be able to be functional, and Ritter is pro-ready. Ritter is ready to get out there on the field and at least, manage a game plan. And he's got the wheels to be able to also utilize, a little bit of the scrambling and whatnot. So, it makes sense that the teams are getting in that stage of things. Flag Savage says, Mafia at 9 is such an overdraft. No effing way. Yeah, that would be not good. That's way far. The first thing with Mafia to me is people look at his pass rush snaps, and it's just like, watch the run defense. Because he wants no part of it, and it's like you got to do both things as an edge player. You got to rush the passer and you got to be able to defend the run a little bit. But no, I can't do that. That's too high for Mafi. It's too much. It's too Mafi. Too much Mafi. Barry says, Big Hog Mollies dominating lines is sexy. It is sexy. Nothing like some Big Hog Mollies. Getting it done. Barry, I'm on it. This is my big harping point that I be on right now in this team building process, in this rebuild process. And that is that get this offensive line to a dominant state. I don't need it to be the number 1 offensive line in the sport. You don't have to go crazy, but why not try to get to top 5? Is top 5 too much? I don't think so. So I'm at least just to try to angle to get the line to a top 5 state, because that's going to help that rookie quarterback come in. That's going to help you in consistently running the ball on anybody. It's going to help protect your defense, because now you're going to be able to sustain drives and fit within the components and designs of this offensive scheme, which is supposed to try to move the ball and move the chains. Jeffrey Thistle says, Mike Tom coaching Baker, the idea of it makes me laugh. Mike Tomlin and Baker Mayfield. Wow, that would be an odd couple match. Whew. You better believe it. Drew Lock, comeback player of the year, says Dell. Nice. Can Lock improve with Shane Waldron as his offensive coordinator? Yeah, he can. The offense, the hallmark of the West Coast offense, Dell, let's take it to the bones. The hallmark of the West Coast offense is to have the quarterback get the ball out of his hands quickly, which neutralizes pass rush because you have to win so fast. It gets the ball into the hands of a receiver quickly to let the receiver go and do the work. It requires less of the quarterback hitting hole shots down the field, 15-yard out routes from the far hash, right? A little bit less of that. And so that should put more of a quarterback in a position to succeed at that point. It should give you easier reads, stuff being scripted more open for you, that you don't have to think through more of your projections. It's essentially there to make the job of the quarterback a little easier. It should do that, theoretically. Will it? Well, we're going to have to see where Locke is as far as his process and his own maturation here. And that's a little bit of a part I can't speak to until we see him in the offense. But it should by the nature of it. 12's forever. If we were to trade DK, how about trade to the Eagles? We get their 2 first-rounders and Gardner Minshew for him. I wouldn't be in favor of doing it myself, but that's probably about appropriate value that you could expect back, I guess. So you're not off the mark as far as it being a feasible deal. Seahawks 02, you know what would be a dream? We trade down but still have a chance to Gardner or Stingley, but that probably won't happen. Yeah, I think that they don't get past 12. Both of those 2 guys are inside the first 12 picks. So yeah, that would be awesome though. Trade back and get one of those 2 guys. Whew, that'd be great. Daniel W., the fact the 49ers are still holding on to Jimmy G tells me reports Shanahan wanted Mac Jones is true. I don't think Trey Lance is the guy. Otherwise, he would be going all in on him. It's very strange, the whole Jimmy G situation. They obviously don't like him. Shanahan doesn't like him, doesn't want him. It's very clear. But yet they're still not offloading him. And part of me for a long time thought they were just doing this to try to get maximum returns back for the guy. But now I'm just starting to think that, to your point, it's a little bit of a lack of Lance at this point. You get this year 2, and it's, okay, you guys aren't trusting this kid. You don't think he's ready. Which is saying something, too, for a guy like Garoppolo, who's so limited as a quarterback for them, in my opinion. A lot of his success comes out of them heavily scripting things up. Maverick Consulting Group, Baker Mayfield talk should be over now with signing Geno. Hashtag let Mayfield bake. Yeah, we're hopefully moved beyond this now, Maverick. I'm hoping as well. Paul says, okay, y'all talking about the weather, Green Lake Elementary, Woodrow Wilson Middle School, Lincoln High School, grew up on Green Lake, 83 in Texas today. I would love me some Spuds or Dick's Deluxe. Last couple of times I've gone to Dick's, I've been a little bit underwhelmed with them. A little underwhelmed with the Dick's action. hasn't gotten me there. I don't know why, but you're in Texas. You got to tell me you don't got a good burger place in Texas that's just like the best burger you've had in your life type, off a skillet, like. Seahawks 02, if we trade down and get 2 picks in the first, how would you feel about one of them being McDuffie and or Booth? I'm a little more of a Booth guy than I am a McDuffie guy because of the size, length kind of thing almost specifically. I like them both pretty equivalently as far as players go. McDuffie's a little bit got those T-Rex arms, Seahawks 02. But both of them are going to be good NFL players. At the bottom line, take the arm length away, all that other stuff away. Both of them will be 2 good cornerbacks. And I couldn't argue with either selection. I couldn't be mad at either selection because of that. I have a lot of trust in both of those 2 players going forward. Maverick Consulting Group says, let's go best player available. That's my driving philosophy and my methodology as it concerns the draft. Best player available. Don't make excuses. Don't go, we got this. Take the best player available and let it ride. Justin Moorfield, trade with the Giants at 7 for either Thibodeau or Sauce. What are we giving up to move up 2 picks, Justin? You got to tell me what am I giving up to move up? And again, understanding, Justin, that Schneider in 11 years has never traded up in the first round of a draft. Daniel W. says, Kyler Murray is not going to play without an extension per report. As a Cardinals fan, I would not want to pay him $40 million plus a year. Can't make a playoff run on a rookie deal. He's only getting more beat up. I'm a Seahawks fan, but meant if I was a Cardinal fan. I know what you meant on that. I know you're a Seahawks fan, Daniel. I know that. Wow. He is forcing their hand, isn't he? I'm with you a little bit on this, and if I'm the Cardinals, if I'm their general manager, I want no part of giving Kyler Murray $40 million per year right now. The attraction with Murray is I have him on a rookie deal. Quite honestly, if the Cardinals wanted to play this smart and show some cojones, move him to Texas. Move him to the Houston Texans for their number 1 overall pick. You had the team as stacked up as it was going to ever be last year with Kyler. You're not going to get a more talented roster than what he had last year, and he topped out. You know the top end with that kid at this point. And giving him $40 million in money is only going to erode your roster further and how you can build it around him. If I'm Arizona, the smart move there is to move him and call it a day on that. It's going to be a hard one. They'll get blowback on it. They're not going to get the returns that people think they should get for him at that point because he's not quite cemented himself yet as that guy. The injury concerns you talk about. And also the fact that whatever team trades for him then has to pay him. So that probably only means you're getting that high this year first-round pick, top 5 first-round pick in this draft. But if I'm the Cardinals, I'm moving him. Brady Hezl, although I'm still not sold on Locke at all, I think people are way too quick to count him out. Sometimes all someone needs is a scenery change. He could realistically develop into a quarterback we can win with. Well said, Brady. I did a show centered around this very subject a couple weeks ago. If you get a chance, check it out because I make a great case in this respect. I called it Favre-Lock was the name of the show, right? And I was trying to draw some comparisons with him, Brady, and Brett Favre. Favre, of course, having his first stay at Atlanta, drafted in the second round by Atlanta. Washed out there very quickly after 1 year. Jerry Glanville wanted no part of him, so we're going to move him out. Moved him to Green Bay, got to a change of scenery. Still took him a couple of years to develop in Green Bay. He didn't just arrive there with Holmgren and was an instant star. Took him still a little bit of time. But a change of scenery can definitely help. And quarterbacks, I think almost even more so, that's probably the case a bit. There's some other guys in recent history, too, that have had their tough first stops, didn't work, but then went on and had success at other places, too. So there's a baseline of this in NFL history. It can be done again. And I'm hopeful with him, Brady. I'm not throwing him under the bus or saying I don't think he can't do nothing. I'm willing to see. I'm willing to give it a try this year, especially a year that I'm not as much carrying on. Sco, the Rebel says they shut the Dicks on Broadway down. Was it because of the homeless thing? We got ours up here in Spokane still, in downtown here, Spokane. But there's better burgers. I'm sorry. There just is. Megan, greetings 12, just woke up. And does this mean Geno is our first pick quarterback or Drew Lock? I think it's a competition, Megan. It's competition. They let the competition rule the day before when they had Tavares Jackson, Matt Flynn, and Russell Wilson were all on the roster at the same time at one point, and they let those guys fight it out over a preseason, let the best man win, so to speak. So I think the best man's going to be allowed to win here. He who wins, wins. 100 Sieben und 80. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Jason Tudor. What about Brett Favre? He ain't no Steve Young. He ain't no Steve Young. Oh, Justin, you put in your deal there. Hold on, Justin. Let me reread your comment, Justin. What'd you put up on there? Okay. Justin says would think we trade back to trade back. So we leave up 972, 109 to trade up and have 2 first-round picks. I don't think we do that move, Justin. I think they'd rather have three picks in the first 2 rounds rather than just 2 picks in the first 2 rounds, even if 2 of those picks are mid-level first-rounders. Daniel W. says, great point on the rule changes. If the XFL could be more fun somehow, I guess it could gather some views. Have you tried watching the pro rugby team we have? I haven't, but maybe we're worth a shot. I like I was telling Megan on this, I need to go back and watch some rugby. Every time I watch rugby, I enjoy it. So I just always, it has like that certain label us Americans put under it. You know what I mean? Sorry, Megan. They say rugby, we don't know what to do with it. They're not sure what to do with their rugby. You like it? I don't know how much I like it. But yeah, I think that's the place, if XFL Daniel wants to find some success, that's the place to find it. Give me purified football. Let these guys hit. Let these guys be men. Let these guys be warriors. Let these guys be gladiators. Let them sign off waiver forms. No suing. But that could make it funner to me, Daniel. Your points do stand, though, in the respective. It's going to be hard for them to build that brand element to it if you get a good player and he is going to just move on the next year. He's not going to remain. He's going to want to go to the NFL. Randall McDaniel says, can we get anything for Marquise Blair? I don't think so. Not coming off surgery, not his second major surgery, Randall, especially because he's not showed anything on the football field, really. Megan says, I hope Drew is, by the way, that boy is stunning to look at. And yes, I am superficial. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that, Megan. He does have a little bit of the little baby Huey look to his face, just a little bit. You know, there's a little goober to Drew Lock's face, just a little bit. Not all the way, not full goob, but there's a little bit of minor goob to it. TJ says, watch Geno win us games than the playoffs than the Super Bowl. At least we have a better chance winning against the Rams because we have a quarterback that can throw in the middle of the field. Wouldn't it be funny, TJ, as we win a Super Bowl and Russell's up in his press box, sitting next to Goodell as the teacher's favorite pet, like he's been every last couple of years, and he's having to watch Geno Smith take us to win a Super Bowl? That would be, that'd be so nice. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. Megan says, I'm wearing my All Blacks jersey, and you will hear all about it when I see you in person, B, laughing out loud. Kill or be killed. Hell yeah. I got to go and check it out. Michael Clemons in the later rounds is a badass mother effer, says Maverick Consulting Group. He is. He's scary, Maverick. He's like a monster from a 60s movie. You know, he's just big. 270, it's all muscle, just rocked up, long 35-inch long arms, got bend, got explosion, doesn't even know how to pass rush yet at times can be tough to deal with, chases backside plays like nobody's business. It's awesome. Maverick Consulting Group, why is Ugo Amadi still on the roster? Because his salary is not guaranteed, and there's no reason to have to necessarily cut him at this point unless you have his money outlined for someone else. But I still do intend that he is going to be cut when it's all said and done. They're not going to carry him at a couple $1 million this next year. I would not think. Daniel W., so pretty much XFL should bring in Rasheed Walker as the face of their league. They should. Rasheed would fit very well in the XFL. He'd be humping dudes and swimming on dudes and blowing kisses. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy. DJ says, since Bobby is gone, that means no black uniforms. They would look so good. Oh, the black uniforms would be tight, TJ. Just give me black uniforms. Give me the throwbacks. Give me something, Something. All right. Well, we are 4 hours in here. I've got a show with Brendan at 6 o'clock. So we're going to wrap this show up here, get the last couple of the comments and questions in because I got to be back on at 6 o'clock on his channel. So I need to go get some dinner. But let's get the last questions and comments in and we'll kind of get a wrap up on this. Spectre7 has been celebrating 7 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Thank you, Spectre7. He says, I just want an exciting young rookie to be healthy. Me too, man. It's been a long time since we had the first guy come in, especially the first pick come in, and not just be seemingly somewhat broken down from the jump. That'd be a nice turn, a reversal of fortune on that. Seahawks 02 says, what if we never trade for Jamal and stick with someone like Tedrick Thompson? I wonder how different things would be right now. Hard to say. I mean, I don't think Tedrick Thompson was the answer for you. I don't think I don't think he's in the league right now. So I don't think you certainly wouldn't be a good team back there with him at that point, but you would have a lot more draft capital that you would have worked off of. Do you then able to use that draft capital like last year's first round pick for an offensive lineman to help Russ? And if Russ is seeing you build offensive linemen, then does he want to potentially stay? It's a good question. Don't know if I have an answer on that. Megan says, but not as stunning as Coach Carroll, but you knew I'd say that. I did know you'd say that. Sco Rebel, next year's quarterback class any good? 3 main guys off their jump, Sco, that I'm liking quite a bit off the early tape, though I haven't dove fully in on him game after game. My number 3 guy right now is CJ Stroud, but I just haven't had a lot of time to watch him. Bryce Young from Alabama being my number 2. My number 1 is Will Levis of Kentucky, and I really like Will Levis's game. He would be a great addition, I think, for our Seahawks if he was the guy. He's my number 1 guy right now. TJ says we win the Super Bowl and the Broncos go 0-17. That would be the perfect Super Bowl win and the first overall pick. Oh, Lordy. Now you're really getting me daydreaming, TJ. Now you're really getting me daydreaming. Jack Turner, I feel like it was time we made a real change to this team. With trading Russ, I feel like this gives us the opportunity to get out of the slump we've been in with annual first-round exits. I agree, Jack. You're shaking things up. And the thing I didn't like about recent seasons is you kept applying the same model, the same way you were going about doing it, and you were getting the very same, if not diminishing results. You may get failed results going forward. You may get great results going forward. But at the very least, to your point on this, we should get different results going forward. And that's at least, that feels like a step in the direction of progress. Megan says, that would be so damn good to see Russ watching the team. He dicked on to take it all. Still hope I get to see the Denver game in person when I'm there. It would be amazing to watch Russ have to swallow that bitter pill. And what a bitter pill it would be to swallow. Oh, yes, Russell. Yes. Divine Comedy, what scares me is if they go and pick some offensive line at 9 instead of moving down and adding stock for depth. There's like 6-7 true blue chippers in this draft. Don't know if any last to 9. Trade back, John. I think that they do try to move back, Devon. I mean, I think there's an opportunity for it, especially if there's a team that wants to get up there. If Malik falls into our pocket there and wants to move up to get Malik, and we'll jump up for the opportunity to do so. I think that they do trade back. You're right. I think there's not very many true blue chippers on this, but I think the other side of the lack of true bluers is that there's a lot of guys that are sub true bluers, that they're just a little off a true blue status. And maybe it's better to get one extra one of those as one less of those to get one true blue. I don't know. It's a good debate on this class. Jack says, love Russ for what he did for us, but it seems he didn't want to be here, and we deserve to have people who want to play for us. Well said, Jack, and I agree. I do agree. I think it had to go at this point. He was obviously dissatisfied. He wanted out. I think he wanted out last year. I think they kind of held him here even when he wanted to go then. And yeah, you don't want to keep a player who doesn't want to be here, especially a guy like him who's got an agenda for what he wants to accomplish in his career, and that agenda is not always built around team-centric aspect of things, but elevating a star, which I'm not knocking him for. It is what it is. Jason Tudor says, people, slam that like button. Yes, please do. We got 88 people on in here in the chat right now to finish this stream up. Please do hit that like button before we do go. I do appreciate it. It does help this channel grow tremendously, and just helps me show up on other fans looking for Seahawks content. So I appreciate it. Megan says, glad to make it even for a few minutes. Well, I appreciate that, Megan. Glad we got you in here at the end. I did kind of a midday stream here today, Megan. Sometimes I try to go a little early on those folks for folks like yourself, maybe in Australia or European folks. They can get in here a little easier on these kind of days. 12's Forever says, how about a trade? DK to Eagles, get the 2 first-rounders and Gardner Minshew. I mean, I can see where you're going with the trade, and 12's Forever. It's not a bad trade in that it doesn't make sense from a logical standpoint. I'd rather just be paying DK at this point myself. I just would rather pay him. And with Gardner, don't forget with this, you only have this year of club control with Gardner. You trade for Gardner, you're only getting this year of club control for him. He's a free agent after this season. As well as, remember, if you bring in Gardner at this point, that means that you're allocating somewhere in the neighborhood of like $14 million to the quarterback position on top of the $26 million in dead money you've already put into Russ, which I don't know if that would impact that or not, but it might be something to think about. TJ, LSU linebacker Clark will be amazing. For us, he would be a Taylor, not play this year, but for the future, he's awesome. He's awesome. Like you said, there's the injury concern there with him, but he is maybe the best outside linebacker in this draft, one of the best outside linebacker types in this draft. Not a lot that he can't do, a very fully refined out type prospect, but the injury concern is the injury concern, isn't it? DJ says, Geno's coin toss game is unmatched. Let Geno coin. Wait, let Geno call it. Let Geno call it. Seahawks 02, quick question. You said you're from Spokane. Are you a dog fan or a Coug? Seahawks 02, I grew up on the west side. So I'm a west side boy, tried and true. So I am a dog. I don't hate the Cougars, but I'm more a Husky. Jack says, later, Brandon, catch you in the later stream. Sounds good. We'll be back at it on Sunday. You know it. Lance, it's going to be difficult rooting for NFC West teams against the Broncos, but I'm doing it. Go Bronco opponents. It will be difficult, Lance, but I think we'll make our peace with it. When we keep watching our draft position bounce further and further higher from that first round pick we're getting back from the Broncos. Megan says, the one day I sleep until 9 a.m., you do a stream B, what the hell? Well, the hopeful too, Megan, the place we will expand eventually on this channel, because we're going to do the Sunday and Wednesday streams. I think the place I'd like to expand eventually is to get into doing either a Tuesday morning or a Saturday morning stream, maybe at some point, almost specifically for you folks that aren't necessarily in the Pacific Standard Time, out across the world. So I'll try to give more of a heads up to Megan. I was trying to make last night's stream and I ran out of time. So it's kind of just making up for last night's deal. It was sort of in the moment. Callie Tangerine, I'm sorry, but there's something about Baker Mayfield that I don't like. I don't know if it's because of his commercials or what. Don't apologize, Callie. Don't apologize for something you're 100% completely right about. He rubs me the wrong way too. I think the mannerisms of how you act as a quarterback, how you carry yourself as a quarterback, it matters way more than any other position in the sport. And that being the case, he doesn't carry himself in a way that I enjoy. There's just something about him just sort of puts me off. Maverick says, Locke seems to want to be here. I think he realizes what a great opportunity he has to become the starter of our amazing fan-centric fan base. Franchise. He does. I agree. I think everything he's indicated is that he understands what he needs to do. He understands the part of his game he needs to grow. And you got a guy like Coach Carroll, who is as player-friendly a coach as you will find in the entire NFL. That should open the door pretty wide to giving you the best chance to be successful. He's gonna let you go. He ain't gonna make this hard on you. So if Locke's gonna succeed, he's gonna be given every chance to do it here, and he's gonna have as much to work with as he will anywhere else the rest of his career. Truffle says Huskies all day, baby. All day. All day. Always compete says thanks. Great show. Appreciate you. Always compete. Maverick says works for me living in the Toronto area. All right. Yeah, we'll get some earlier shows going. This has been really good. So we'll be getting, I'm going to try to mix it up here on the channel. Flag says, don't forget to hit that like button, people. Megan says, I need to know what time to go to bed and get up for the streams. I have anxiety and need to plan ahead. Well, I'll try to maybe do more of a message post if I know the night before, because I kind of knew late last night I was going to do a stream today, Megan. So if I do it like this in the future, I'll post it to the community board and try to put a little bit of a heads up in it if I do that. So sounds good on that point. No, you're right, Megan. You're right. I want to do more of getting them locked in on our times with it too. Sometimes my work schedule just throws things off where I can't get at the set times I want to get on, but I'd like to get locked in. And I do want to do some day streams at times too with it. Maverick, I'm excited to see Shelby Harris, Nolan Fant. Me too. They're going to be very good additions. Interested to see what Harris can do both from the 3 tech and the defensive end in a 3-4. Megan says Baker coming to the Hawks makes me want to puke. Yeah, I don't like any part of it. TJ says the schedule next year comes out late. It usually comes out early April. Is it April? I thought it was May, TJ. Is it April? Maybe. Flag says can either win games for us or lock us in a top 5 pick. Either way, I'm okay. Either way, man. Win-win, right? Win-win. Brady Hessel, I will always be forever loyal to the Hawks, but I cannot root against Russ. He has embodied everything it meant to be a Seahawk. He brought the city a championship, greatest Seahawk athlete of all time. I'm definitely not knocking Russ. I hope nothing but for the success for him after next year. He can have all that success, but next year, he's going to need to have a tough year. So I'm only rooting for him next year against him just to have a better pick, but not because I have some personal grudge for him or anything. Oh, Broncos Seahawks week 1 is what TJ meant. That would be interesting, TJ. That'd be a hell of an opening week, wouldn't it? Sign me up. Megan says Locke's growing on me. Not only is he stunning to look at, but hope he does well and is allowed to do well. Well, Megan, you know what they say about him too. He has a hose, if you know what I'm saying. He's got a hose. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Michael Sliker, when do you and Brendan stream next? 6 o'clock tonight, Michael. I'll be on his channel. Rolling. Seahawks 02, but like the attitude Baker has right now with the whole revenge tour and disrespect attitude makes you think maybe he'll be good. Maybe. He always feels like he's always trying to carry that attitude around with him to me a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's just my own biases with that scenario. You know, maybe. Flag says, I miss the Pacific Northwest tremendously. I did too, man. When I left it, I needed to get back to it. This is home. This is home. Home is where the heart is, and this is where my heart's at. So I can't go nowhere else. This is where I need to be. And I think Largent is the greatest. Yeah, Megan's right. Greatest Seahawk of all time for me is Largent, not Russ. But I understand why it's Russ for some. I get where they're coming from. I get it. All right, well, we got to the end of the chat here. Appreciate you guys today on this. TJ says Locke wears number 2 because he plays like S. Megan says, OB, I know damn well what you mean. As if I don't love him enough. Oh, shoot. Oh, goodness. That's a good, talking about Drew Locke's hose is a good close to the show today, I think. That's the perfect button up on the show here. But thank you to all of you for getting on the show today. Another great live stream show here during the day. We're going to do some more of these as we continue to expand. I will be at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time over on Brendan's channel. We're going to be rolling here very shortly on that side of it. Please do hit the like button if you're listening to this, even on replay or live. It helps me out. I know I ask it a bunch, but you're helping me out by doing so. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. Come aboard the Hawks Nest. We're not stopping. We got 10,000 subs. That's in the crosshairs. That's in the mark. We're going. We're rolling. So we're on the way. All right, look, we just signed Gino Smith to $7 million. I'm not going to paint it up. I'm not going to dress it up. I'm not going to try to make you feel better. What I'm going to tell you is that 3.5 of that million is going into next year's cap. Why is it going into next year's cap? Because next year is the year we really take off. That's where the rocket ship rides, baby. Last stop, Mars. You better believe it. So as you sit now, turning over the depressing aspect of spending $7 million on Geno Smith, don't do it. Half that amount. Half it. And know that there is a plan in place. Know there is a time again when we're going to turn this back around. Know Everybody's worried because they know right now they got us down. But we're only going to be on our knees for so long. We're going to come back around, and you're going to be there right with me. We're going to get through this draft process together. We're going to add 4, 5, 6, I don't even know, 7 starters in this draft because we're going to kill this draft. And right after we kill this draft, we're going to get through this year, and we're going to get right back on our ride to being a competitive team. Super Bowl back in our sightlines. So ride there with me. Stay there with me. Remain here with me. Let's go through this together. Let's enjoy this together. And don't you ever forget, not even when we signed Gino Smith to $7 million, don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. Well, first, Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says Mayfield might be a backup next season until a team suffers injury. By the way, I heard Locke has a hose as well and went to space camp as a kid. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences, Charles. We know what Drew was already ahead of the curve on that one. That shows his foresight, which is a good thing to have in your quarterback. Good foresight on needs of the future, right? Right, Charles? Don't you forget, folks, not on the Geno Smith contract, not on a tough offseason, not even when you're moving multiple Hall of Famers in one offseason. Never forget. Because we're Seahawks fans and we're riding and we're dying. One or the other has got to come. There is no in between. There is no option 3. Do not forget. Keep that faith. And you better believe. Go Hawks!